a message to you, my friend. Voices cry, invoke your angels. When shall drop, it cannot conquer dread. No, so go away, your blues and feelings. Spirit said, take the world off your shoulder. One foot in the grave, foolish step to take. Who sowing tears shall reap in joy. Wise man's doctrine, assure you safe them. No more stumbling block, backstabbers get down. The righteous reveal secret of the scripture. The wicked a portion vanity, disciples of Lucifer. In your hands lie your destination. The book of true life you hold the key. Mystical powers to you are told. Seek ye the help that has never been told. Behind the Satan. Behind the Satan. Chant a psalm day I want to chant. Chant a psalm day I want to chant. Chant a psalm day. 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 I reach up, I reach up, I reach up.
Hey, shalom, fam. Shalom. Hope y'all can hear me. Shalom. I see you, Rich. Yeah, it's a little early, huh? Yeah. Yeah, man. The Most High put it in my spirit today, man. He had I don't know. I don't really go by dreams, but I had an interesting one today, and uh, I woke up a little earlier. I mean, it's kind of early, honestly, but for me, this is scheduled, and I had this word in my mind, and it starts with the B. I can't remember it, and I remembered initially, and I forgot to write it down. Yeah, I did. I found one, Rich. I appreciate the one that you mentioned, and this is why I found this one. I don't know if you notice a difference. You can kind of see the background. I was using StreamYard. This is a Restream, and at first it was kind of giving me a headache, and I was gonna go back to StreamYard, but then I tried it one more time, and apparently it was really more on my end. So I don't. I think this is the one you told me about, man. Honestly, sir. I can't remember what name you gave me, or something, or rerun, or whatever. I just ended up on this one. So you redirected me, and I ended up here. Now I do want to say this. I called it rerun because I look back at this class, and there's a lot of meat in this class. Rumble, that's what it was. Yeah, 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 yeah. So you took me there, and then from there I ended up here. But either way, it was appreciative because um I know that regarding the software that I was trying to use, right? It was really that was my issue more than anything. YouTube, right now, there's not a lot of subscribers just yet, brother, for me to really feel like I even considered. There's one. Let's see. I'll show you, man. I'll show you. Let's see if I can go back. It's early, man. You know what I mean? It's early in the morning. Let me see. Um, where are you? What are you called? Oh man, I was just looking at it earlier today. I can't recall the name. Anyhow, it was a yeah, yeah, maybe that's what it is. I kind of always look at it like that. I kind of always look at it like that. And it's just not time yet. It doesn't seem like it. Anyhow, again, this is a rerun, fam. So, in case any of you else are listening, I know there's just so far one person. It shows that there's a couple lists. I don't know. This is weird. It tells me one thing on one end and it tells me another thing on another. Anyhow, there's a lot of meat in this class. You know, there's a lot, and it goes back to like our struggle, our suffering. Keep in mind that there was a lot of growth going on, which is why I kind of speak over this video. This is going to be a 4-hour session, which is why I started early. My class that I want to focus on will be today at 6 p.m. my time. It's regarding yeah, I'm gonna show y'all real quick. Oh, and for whatever reason, this class is not showing on my feed. All right, look. Okay. For some reason, it's not showing on my feed. Like videos are there, but it's not there. So give it a thumbs up, fam, because YouTube doesn't even want to put it in the algorithm. Now, supposedly it's showing it here, but when you go to my channel, you can't find it. So I had to go to Facebook to actually post it. Now you see it here, but it always shows live. Like if it's gonna be pending, and it's not even pending. So, fam, for the sake of the family, for anybody that's listening or may listen, just hit the likes. It's not for me. All right. Anyways, the class that I'm doing later, where are you at? This one. Okay. That's the one I want to focus on later today. So today's gonna be a rerun right now, but there's a lot of meat in this rerun because I'm gonna take notes on it too, quite frankly. So I'll sit back, watch, and listen with y'all. Hope you this is an edifying class once again, and just I'll be around. All right. So, anyways, let's begin, and then we can get going on this. All right. Let me get started.
Hey, shalom, shalom, family. Hold up. There's an echo here. Hold up. Shalom, shalom, family. Can you guys hear me? I hope you guys can hear me. Hope you guys are doing well. I see there's a couple brothers and sisters online. Perfect. All praises. I am going to start the class now. I want to let you all know, okay? There are some classes that I had worked on in the past, and I know now that there's a few more in brothers and sisters that have all praises to the Most High that you guys have put at least some trust in me and subscribe to this channel, and maybe for edification. I've said it before and I'll always say it again. I mean, I'll say it again, guys. This is, if you're here for entertainment, this is the wrong channel. If you're here with emotions, the wrong channel. If you're here to maybe watch somebody debate, this is not it, guys. What I'm doing is I'm letting our people know, the so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, the indigenous descent ones of Hebrew descent, that we're the people of the Bible, and that we suffer every single curse of the Bible, and every single curse fits only us. There's no other nation of people that can say the same thing. So that's what I do, and that's what I'm going to continue to do, is to build our people up, because we've been destroyed through colonialism, and that type of beast and that type of spirit, it's still here. So what we need to do is get back to our heritage, so then we can overcome these issues that we deal with, okay? So now, the video that I'm going to show y'all, it's something that I had looked into, and I thought it'd be very edifying, okay? I'll tell you this, it's when I first opened the channel, and you guys will probably notice I'm a little, I'm still young to this whole thing, right? To this whole YouTube. So, I'm still learning how to go about.
Hey, shalom, shalom, Israel. This is Brother Emmanuel again.
Give me a second. I'm still learning about how to go do things, right? And all praises that I've grown a little bit more, okay? So now I'm going to play it, and then I'm going to interject. Now, I also have another video, so if you guys can hang in there, I'm going to be probably doing a few hours. If not, just this one, and then I'll move on to the other one tomorrow, okay? So at least maybe it'll be better that way. So at least we'll get edification every day. All right, so let me go ahead and start. But there's no real need to read any kind of a disclosure, but I'll do it anyways just to be safe. All right. let's see. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay? All right, let's begin. Here we go. Remember, this is dated, as you can see. Let me see. Hold up. Give me a second. Give me a second, all right?
Hey,
It does this for some reason. There it goes. It's dated June 17th of this year, okay? So just keep that in mind, all right? I'm going to stay quiet, and then I'm going to follow up with you guys. Let's go.
Hey, shalom, 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 Israel. This is Brother Emmanuel again, coming at you with another lesson. All praises to the Most High for him putting it in my spirit to get one started. All right. The title of the class is called A Broken Spirit and a Contrite Mind. Again, a broken spirit and a contrite mind. You can actually find this in Psalms 51. Okay. It's a contrite heart. But according to the Bible, the heart is the mind. Okay. Mark 7:21. Y'all can look it up. All right. Now, it's going to be a topic that I would definitely suggest where y'all need to take some notes. Pen and paper is handy. I'm going to go over scripture. I'm going to provide information. I'm going to also show you guys some titles regarding some pictures and books because I'm trying to prove a point here, okay? I'm trying to prove the point of that relates to the previous classes I've submitted. The so-called Hispanics and Native Indians are the real Israelites of the Bible. All right. Now, I want to make sure that we understand this is a Northern Kingdom channel. Bible Chronicles is a Northern Kingdom channel for my Northern Kingdom brothers and sisters.
You see, brothers, I want to clear this up. So at that time, excuse me, I was drinking some water. So at that time, I had just left the camp. And all I knew was one West doctrine. That's all I knew at that time. All I kept doing was keeping the commandments. That's the best that I could do at that time, because when I left that particular camp, which I was with almost 4 years, obviously you develop some roots in there. And when you leave because of some, differences in scripture understanding, right? Even though you keep the laws, they say you're bugged out, so they don't talk to you no more. So when you're on your own, guess what? There's so many different people with so many different beliefs, man. It's kind of scary, to be honest. So all I did was just continue to keep the commandments just as best as I could. And then the Most High put it upon my spirit. And as you can see, this is presented. We know now a little more than we did before, okay? So you brothers and sisters that are familiar with me and my channel, or if you're new to this channel, what I have learned and what I am teaching is what I'm learning as well. What the Most High has been providing me, all praises to him, okay? So as we know now that it wasn't just the so-called white man that enslaved us. But for the sake of this educational video, then let's keep it and continue to go, all right? I'm not going to be repetitive about that anymore. Here we go.
There is a lot of Southern Kingdom channels already available, providing a lot of information. However, I don't feel that we have enough Northern Kingdom to push the information that relates to what our struggles have been since 1492. Okay? So I'm going to prove that we are still in captivity and that we are destroyed because of it. I'm going to prove it through the scripture. Obviously, Lord willing, he provides me the spirit to provide you and give you enough information. And also from the simple fact that, it's here, it's available. We just have to read. Okay. So, I'm going to start off the class with, let's go to Hosea chapter 4 and verse 1. Okay. Hosea chapter 4, verse 1. And by the way, I'm going to use a video. It's going to be about maybe 5 minutes long, give or take. I'm going to pause it, show you guys some information of what goes on in Mexico, which I feel it reflects on every single Latin American country. Okay. All right. So just know that. All right. Hosea chapter 4, verse 6, it reads, okay. It says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. When you say, or when you read my people, it's a possessive statement. So here the Most High is saying that his people, the Israelites, you Hispanics, you Native Indians, are destroyed for lacking knowledge. What type of knowledge? Are we talking about scholarly knowledge, scientific knowledge, historical? No, it means the Bible. Malachi 2:7. Okay, there's other scriptures that show that knowledge is the Bible. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and knowledge are all of the Bible. It comes from God. Okay, those are His words. That's what the Word is providing: knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Let me read it again. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast just rejected knowledge. And see, when our brothers and sisters started sinning against the Most High God, we started rejecting knowledge. Then it says, I will also reject thee. That's why the Spaniards came in 1492. It wasn't because of some coincidence or by chance. They knew exactly what they were doing. They studied the scriptures too. There's proof that Christopher Columbus, not to sidetrack, had maps, and also that he understood what Ezra said regarding the 10 tribes going to Arsareth. Okay? Anyhow, let me continue. It says here, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, I will also forget thy children. And this is the heavy statement right here from the Most High, that He will also forget His children. If you're a father and you intentionally forget your children, what are the chances of that child being in danger or being hurt, kidnapped? Kidnapping is no different than slavery. They have the power, right? All right. Anyhow, let me go to this video real quick. Again, I'm going to use a video. It's called A Week in Tijuana Homicide by San Diego Union Tribune, okay? And I have a fair use act disclaimer for YouTube. Please do not block my videos. I am sincerely hoping that you don't block me.
Violent crime in Tijuana has reached record levels. During just 1 week in August, 48 people lost their lives in homicides. That's nearly the same total of homicide victims in San Diego in all of last year. Reporter Sandra Dibble takes a closer look at some of the crimes that took place in a 7-day period.
August's first homicide took place on a Tuesday afternoon in the middle-class neighborhood of Jardines del Rubí. The victim was Jose Luis Nunez. The 27-year-old police officer was shot outside his house while leaving for his job. 2 suspects have been arrested, but the investigation continues. Later in the day, in the eastern working-class neighborhood of El Florido, a man was shot at a taxi stand near a busy supermarket. As homicide investigators worked the scene, daily life continued. On the following afternoon, the man's body was gone, the bloody bench cleaned up, candles flickered in his memory. It was Wednesday afternoon in Valle Verde when a gunman opened fire on Romelia Lucero as she played slot machines outside a corner grocery store. The next day, the slot machines were gone. A simple wood cross marked the spot where her life so violently ended.
Where her life so violently ended. Okay. Now, I'm not sure what the background story is on each individual. It's sad to hear our brothers and sisters dying, but I'm sure that some of them were innocent bystanders. It sounds to me like these were just random robberies. That some of them were random and some of them were execution. Right? That's what it seems like. Now, I'm going to go to Isaiah chapter 60, verse 2. Because if y'all don't think that this is darkness, then I don't know what the hell is wrong with y'all. Isaiah chapter 60, verse 2, it says, for behold, the darkness shall cover the earth. Darkness, when you look at the definition of it, it means usually, considers there's a connotation of evil, wickedness, bad luck, sorrow, like the Black Plague, really bad disease, right? A dark mind. So it says, before, behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. Isn't this gross darkness? Think of this, man. Think of it. Our people are getting killed. Some because they're involved. Others, like, look, it says Doña Lucero. This is an older woman. Doña in our culture is like a respectful term you use for older women, moms, grandmas, that you have an appreciation or respect for. Doña Lucero. That means people knew her. She was playing slot machines outside. She got shot. Shot. I mean, I'm sure her family has no clue what's going on. This is the problem and why we're in gross darkness, because we also don't have no light, no hope, no real teachers giving us answers. Priester's not going to give you an answer as to, if somebody says, hey, my mom died, my mom Lucero died. Why, Mr. Priest, Mr. Pastor? Why did they die? ¿Por qué, Padrecito? ¿Por qué murió? Oh, I don't know, mijo. Just the way things are. We have an innate feeling to sin. That is all he's going to say. But the Bible says otherwise. Isaiah chapter 59, verse 7, it says, their feet run to evil. Who? What feet? You Israelites, you Hispanics, you Native Indians. Your feet run to evil.
Across town, gunshots shattered the quiet of Colinas de la Presa late on a Thursday afternoon. By the time the Red Cross ambulance arrived, 2 male victims were dead outside a small townhouse. Some neighbors watched from the nearby sidewalks, but for others, life went on.
Did you hear what she said? For others, life went on. For others, life went on. I'm going to go to Isaiah 59, verse 8. Watch. The way of peace they know not. Do they seem like they're at peace? The way of peace they know not, and there is no judgment in their going. The lady just said that somebody died and everybody's just back to normal again. The way of peace they knew not, and there is no judgment in their goings. They have made them crooked paths. Whosoever goeth there shall not know peace. My brothers, my sisters, we don't know peace. We don't know our going. We have no idea that we are already programmed. This is normal for our people to die every day by murder. Just in Tijuana, about 5 to 6 people die every day just by murder. Okay?
Yeah, just by murder. And then recently, we're getting statistics that there's a lot of suicides going on right now, okay? Specifically in Tijuana. So just keep that in mind. This is just statistics just based on murder, actual attempt murder, or accidental murder. We're not talking about the suicide. We have many reports recently in TJ, people suicide, cutting their heads off of the son to the mom. This was the beginning of October, which is the most wicked month in the entire year. From this month all the way through December, lots of people die. Okay? Keep that in mind. Let's continue. Oh, and shalom, Mexican. Good to see you, brother.
So when you come and try to tell me that our people aren't going through the curses, you're out of your damn mind. All right, let me go back to Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 60. and verse 2. Now I'll go to Isaiah chapter 59, verse 7. Let me just go back. Isaiah 59, verse 7, it says, their feet run to evil and they make haste to shed innocent blood. Doña Lucero, I'm assuming, I don't know, but it doesn't sound like somebody that really was in there trying to sell some crack or flip a pound of methamphetamines. Their feet run to evil. That person that killed that sister, that's our brother more likely. He broke the first commandment, thou shalt not kill. Right? We have no love for our own people, no respect whatsoever.
Authorities say most of these killings are connected to the local drug trade and take.
You know what the funny part is? It says life just goes on. That life just goes on. Think of that. Life just goes on. Remember the scripture, their feet run to evil and they make haste to shed innocent blood.
Hey guys, when I was about 5 years old, okay, I saw this guy literally on the floor, stabbed, shot multiple times, blood everywhere. And we were like 5 years old, and a bunch of us saw that. The next day, it was like nothing happened. Seriously. Since 1492, we have been programmed to accept death for our type of people. But whenever another nation of people die, it is a big deal. Have you guys not noticed that? I have.
Take place in poorer areas of the city. These are places where people come from across Mexico for a better life. As the sun set on a Thursday night, residents of one eastern Tijuana neighborhood waited to return home as investigators combed through the scene of a homicide.
Remember, for a better life, they moved to TJ, hopefully to come to America, for a better life. By the way, Tijuana, we call it TJ. I'm in San Diego. They came for a better life. Is this a better life? They're surrounded by men and children and women that act this way. Isaiah 59:7, their feet run to evil and they make haste to shed innocent blood. This is their surroundings. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. You think that this is okay? You so-called Hispanic, you so-called Mexican, to shoot your own people? Lord willing, you repent, brother. But we all got to pay. These are.
Hey, real quick, this reminds me of, and this is not the topic, but I want to say this. The Old Testament about guys, right? Where they say, all you got to do is just, ask God for forgiveness and he'll forgive you. I can't wrap my mind around that because there are some sins that if you kill, you have to die. And the only time that you may have refuge is if it's an accidental murder, an accidental death. That's the only time. So I can't wrap my mind around that. I know that we all got to pay. I'm telling you, we got to pay. There's some stuff that you cannot get around in this lifetime. Well, when you're up there, you're going to have to face it. I have a scripture that I'm going to bring out on how he reserves those for the end. Imagine that, for that second death. So be mindful.
Facts of what goes on in Mexico, and like I said, it reflects all America because this is what's going on in every single Latin American country.
Ambulances from Tijuana's Red Cross rush to the scene when a shooting occurs. On this Friday night, Supervisor Nestor Saucedo is driving at breakneck speed to the neighborhood of El Lago. But it is too late. Jorge Luis Gonzalez is dead, shot in the head. His sister is disconsolate.
This is one day so far, okay?
Later that evening, off a busy boulevard in La Mesa, this man was shot in the leg but survived. Paramedics provided emergency care, then took him to a public hospital. Many shooting victims initially survive an assault, only to later die of their injuries. After dark, the killings continue. Behind Tijuana's baseball stadium, dozens of police officers have descended on an apartment complex. Many officers are heavily armed. The residents have retreated inside. At the foot of one building, a teenager lies dead. His name is Edgar Guerrero, and he has just turned 18. He was shot while spending the evening here with friends.
Keep that in mind, guys, in case you guys have children. I have a child. I have 4, and I have a daughter who's 19. Her life is just beginning. It doesn't look like the kid was really making trouble. He was hanging around the block, probably down the building, with his friends. Now, in case you guys, if you have never lived in Mexico, it is different over there. I was born in Guadalajara, and I would go back and visit. And for the most part, people tend to know each other. And if you go to another block, you tend to go with groups. Now, TJ or Tijuana they're on another level, man. I mean, it is nonstop over there. Okay, the Most High is starting to put that belt on you, so-called Mexicans. Okay.
It is now up to the forensics experts to gather evidence, and up to homicide detectives to piece together the crime. But in most cases, the killers are never found. The teenager's father believes police accidentally shot his son, mistaking him for a suspect. But homicide detectives say otherwise. Their ballistics tests show the teenager did not die at the hand of a police weapon.
Dígnate llevarlo al lugar de descanso.
Yo ponía a mi familia, mis necesidades en manos de Dios. A él también.
Pay attention to what he says and how he says it. When he says God, he puts his head down. A very unsure man, because he has no answers to his questions as to why his son, I think, or his grandson died. Watch this.
Pay attention to what he says.
Estaba con el temor que un día ya no volviera. Y ese día pasó. Y desgraciadamente en una forma trágica que él no merecía. Pero ahí está Dios.
You see what he said? Pero ahí está Dios, hey, but there's God. Basically saying, what can I do? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a peasant. I'm broke. What do I know? Right? Our people have no answers.
4 days after.
Now the question is, which God? Who is he praying to? Right? Who is he praying to? Because we see that the brother ain't wearing no beard. He worships white Jesus, Catholicism. This is idolatry.
Hey, guys, I know that some of y'all may, well, I don't know about the ones that are listening, but in case you're new and you're still debating whether you are Hebrew or not, I'm going to tell you something, okay? It is a big deal. It is a big deal to the Most High. Because even in his very second book, the 10 Commandments, it says, Exodus 20:3, thou shalt have no other gods before me, meaning don't go and worship other things that are not pertaining to the Most High. Verse 4, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. And what do we see here? You see the dove, and you got people with the cross, and they're going to start praying, doing the rosary, which happens all the time.
And this is what John 9:31 says. John 9:31 says exactly this. We know that God heareth not sinners, but if any man be a worshiper of God and doeth his will, him he heareth. Now, some of you may say, well, his will means his goodness and all that. No, this is the will of God. Psalms 40, verse 8. I delight to do thy will, O God, yea, thy law is within my heart. You see? So the will of God is the law, statutes, and commandments of God.
Okay, let's break that down properly, okay? It says Psalms 40 and 8. So look, it says, I delight to do thy will, O God. So you joyfully apply the law, statutes, and commandments. Yea, thy law is within my heart, meaning my mind. So if it's in your mind and you delight to do it, that means it's your action, your decision. The law is what? The will of the Most High. I delight to do thy will. Are you willing to keep my commandments? Yes, Father, I will. I will do it. Yes, the law is within my heart. All right, let's continue.
God. Okay? So the question is, brother, and I sincerely, sympathies go out for this. Nobody wants to lose a family, a loved one. But let's be realistic here, brothers and sisters. We're not praying to our God, which is why this continues to happen.
He died. The teen was buried at Tijuana's Monte de los Olivos cemetery. He was mourned by a large crowd of friends and family members.
So keep this in mind, guys. The decision of another man made all of this happen. This is a shocking thing. You see how our decisions are extremely important with each other, brethren? Why I keep pushing the fact that we are under curses and we need to come back to our actual culture and ways, which we never looked at each other this way. Ever. And now we have an evil eye towards our brethren. Enough to destroy a whole entire family, man. Look at the pain. That's a lot of pain from each individual. You don't think that all now carry bitterness because none of them have an answer?
Some of the city's poorest residents are buried in this public cemetery in eastern Tijuana. Those homicide victims whose bodies are not claimed or cannot be identified are sent to the common grave, buried in wood coffins stacked.
You see what she said? Can I be identified, right? Watch. Let's play it again. I got a scripture for you.
Buried at Tijuana's Monte de los Olivos cemetery. He was mourned by a large crowd of friends and family members.
All right, the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 26. Watch what it reads. It says, thy carcasses shall be meat unto all the fowls of the air. Didn't I say that they found those bodies? They couldn't identify them. And unto the beast of the earth, meaning what? Underneath. And no man shall fray them away. All that's left is carcasses. And look how they dispose of our brethren. No, not even honorary death. Not even. And you see all that idolatry right there? Why is it that our people can't understand that these crosses have done nothing but destroyed us? Nothing has changed since these crosses came here. Let's wrap our minds around that, people. Vamos, gente, let's start waking up.
Some of the city's poorest residents are buried in this public cemetery in eastern Tijuana. Those homicide victims whose bodies are not claimed or cannot be identified are sent to the common grave, buried in wood coffins stacked a half dozen deep. The killings continue. This time, the victim is a taco vendor shot on a Monday morning at a busy stand in Colonia Buena Vista. Again, the family is left to mourn and to wonder.
How do you think that son feels? You think that that murder is bringing any kind of joy into his spirit? You're already dealing with wickedness. And now this on top of that, this is what drives people to drink, to get drugged out, to fornicate, to just completely let go. A lot of people do that because it's so painful. We don't know the relationship between him and his father. We don't know if they were real close. And if they were real close, you know how much that pain is.
The rising numbers of homicides has taken a toll on Baja California's medical examiner's office, known as SEMEFO. By law, this office must certify the causes of all violent deaths. These facilities have room for 120 bodies, and officials here say sometimes they surpass that number, and they are always at their limit. With Sandra Dibble, I'm Luis Cruz reporting for the San Diego Union Tribune.
Did I hear the statement that he made? Yeah, hopefully you guys remember. It says taking a toll on them. That is the reason why my title is called A Broken Mind, a Broken Spirit and a Contrite Mind. Contrite is basically a sorrow. Here, let's look up the definition just to be safe.
Let me pause on that. I'm going to read y'all something. Sirach 33:17, it says, consider that I labor not for myself only, but for all them that seek learning. I'm learning just as much as you are, brethren, because this is painful. And there's a lot of sorrow behind this. It's called bitter wisdom, unfortunately. But we got to keep pushing forward. We got to let our people know that what is going on, and it's continuously happening. So how can we stop this? It's not just keeping fringes, guys. It's not just wearing a beard or women dressing as modest. The change comes in the mind. In the mind. Let's go.
As I don't like to, let's see. Contrite definition. Okay. Expressing remorse, sorry, apologetic, ashamed, chastened. Right? Feeling or showing sorrow, remorse for sin. Remorseful, right? Regretful, right? A contrite mind. I have a definition for it. Let me see if I can actually get it here, brothers, because I'm not really liking the definitions. I don't believe they're being clear for us, and I'm not sure why this is taking forever to pull up. Let's see. Anyways, it still pull up the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Anyways, all right, let me see if I can find a different one, and then we'll go from there, man. If I can't get one, okay. So it says caused by or showing sincere remorse, desire, atonement, penitence. Let's see. Let me get the sources on it. contrite. See what it means. Apologetic, repentant, sorry, chastened, sorrowful. Okay. A broken spirit and a sorrowful mind. All right. Now, why did I show that video? Because like it says, it's taking a toll on them, right? Now we hear the stories of it. We see the videos, we see the ambulance, we see a little bit of blood, right? But watch, brothers and sisters, watch. This is what's really, really happening. This is not a
By the way, if you have any children in the room, I would suggest to put them away, or at least have them leave the room. Okay.
joke. Okay? This is actually what's really happening. Ah, come on, man. Really? You're gonna do this to me now? Let's see. Here goes right here. Watch this. You see that? This is the reality. Golf cartel dumps fallen members outside of Mexican border city funeral home. Listen, it says Mexican, but guess what? This is happening all over the Americas. This is the real deal, brothers, sisters. This is what's really going on. Exactly this right here. This is not a joke. Our people are dying. Why? Why? You ask why. I'll show you why. Because you so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, we got some evil, excuse my language, ass people within ourselves. They run, Isaiah 59:7, their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed innocent blood. I'm not saying those brothers that are here on the floor are innocent. They're fallen members, but you know damn well that they had to kill innocent blood to kill some of them for territory, for drug sales. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. These guys ain't trying to show and care for their loved ones or their family, like the older men and women who can't make it in society. No, they're not. They make haste to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Wasting and destruction are in their path. Is this not in their path? Look at the statistics. Show you another one. And for some reason, the damn devil, homicides, Latin America capital. Let me see if I can get it here. Insight right here. Watch this. Look at this. Capital murder. In a year marked by political and criminal turmoil, Latin American capital did not escape the effects of corruption, organized crime, and state repression experienced throughout the region. From violent clashes between security forces and protests in Nicaragua and Chile to the splintering of criminal groups in the capitals of Mexico and Colombia. Capital cities in the region ranked among the most violent in the world. Most violent towards our own people. We are destroying our...
Hey guys, remember the book I showed you in the other class, talking about the spirit of colonialism and how that anger then becomes inward and we express it towards the next people that are right next to us. So you see, we know for a fact who did what they did, but the only people that we are able to express that anger towards is who? Our own family members, which is very common. All right, let's continue.
Our own people. And this is why we're living in darkness. Gross, absolute, gross darkness. You think this shows love towards our people? While many may be under the impression that human trafficking driven by poverty, there are in fact many factors at play. Things like lack of education, government corruption, political instability, war, and lack of human rights protections, right? That's all political jargon. The reason why this is happening to our brothers and sisters is because we fell off and we don't keep the commandments of God, and God is punishing us. Yes, by the way, brothers, I'm throwing this in your face because I want to make sure that we wake up to the fact that we need to change. We need to come back to the Most High, okay? But at the same time, I understand that this dark mind that we live under, it started somewhere. I get that. I get that without a doubt. Isaiah chapter 59, verse 8. The way of peace they know not, and there is no judgment in their goings. They have made them crooked paths. Whosoever goeth therein shall not know peace. It's not just drug cartels in Mexico. It's here in America too. Gangs, prostitution, strip joints, single families, our sisters having babies left and right from all kinds of men, our men not taking care of their children. This is exactly why we live in darkness. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys a picture real quick. You see my background? This is from my native brother, right? This is a white man's artist drawing. It's a description of like what technically they did to our native brother. I don't know if you guys can see it, but take a snapshot and maybe magnify. At the tip of our brother's nose, you see there's a man sitting on his nose and his ass on his nose, and it says Uncle Sam's Coroner. I'm sorry. And then right next to his head, there's missionaries, religions, and they're drilling in his head to drain his brain. This is why my topic is called A Broken Spirit and a Contrite Mind. Because right now, brothers and sisters, we live in darkness, man. Human trafficking, drug cartels, prostitution, single family homes, poorest in the nation, lowest in education, here in the States or in Mexico or in Latin America. What more proof do y'all want? It says the way of peace they know not. They don't know peace. Think about it. Do they know peace? You think this is something to be proud of? We know peace.
Even more migrants crossing the Rio Grande into El Paso, Texas. Thousands have come in huge groups just over the past several days, burning fires to keep warm, many from Nicaragua. Here in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, tension has been ramping up. Weeks ago, riot police broke apart a migrant camp that had formed along the border. Now, shelters are filling up. Late today, there are still hundreds of migrants that have walked across the Rio Grande and right now are waiting to get into El Paso. This new influx that we're seeing comes just days before a federal court is set to lift the pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42. Today, we met this family of 4 from Guatemala who arrived here weeks ago. Now they're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States. With U.S. migrant processing centers already crowded, some migrants even sleeping outside, some officials in El Paso are urging the mayor to declare a state of emergency.
It is a crisis. It is a state of emergency. There is no There's no municipality alone that could handle what we're seeing and what we're about to see with the lifting of Title 42.
That's just the beginning, fam. Unfortunately, this is still going on. This was from 10 hours ago, as you can see. And you know damn well with the political machine that's about to begin and the pending elections, we're going to be a political puppet once more. There's not a nation of people that is suffering more than our gente. I don't, I, you know, I mean, I know that there's, wars are going around. Those are wars, fam. You know what I'm saying? This isn't a war, man. This is survival, man. Our gente is trying to survive. You see the families, the kids. I don't see them as evil. Now I'm gonna tell you something. This is why you don't really see any channels that show what this channel is showing, and this has nothing to do with me. This is the Most High. This is the Spirit of the Most High. You see, from what I'm finding, fam, if you don't have or take the time to learn about your people, to learn about their struggle, and not just about, because I'm so-called this particular quote tribe or quote race, I'm only going to teach about that. I'm a Chicano, so I'm going to teach Chicano crap. I'm a Mexican, so I'm going to teach Mexican stuff. Or I'm a Puerto Rican, so I'm going to teach Puerto Rican stuff. Nah, man. We're one nation of people. You got to show love to all of us. All of us have suffered. All of us are suffering equally, differently, but equally. As you can see, for example, in Peru, they got a war going, they got a struggle going on, and that's, again, part of my class later today. As you can see, I'm waking up, you know what I'm saying? It's already, 4? About an hour and change now. Oh, I think it was the music. I'm just kidding. Anyway, let's continue. All right, let's continue.
Understand we're destroyed, but a lot of us want to stay this way. A lot of us want to stay this way. We're not looking to change, and yet we're in gross darkness. Verse 9. Therefore judgment is far from us. Neither do justice overtake us. When our families get shot and killed by one of us, there's no justice. You can't bring that child back. And what are we going to do? Put one of our brothers and sisters in jail now? You see, there's no justice for either party. We wait for light, but behold obscurity. For brightness, but we walk in darkness. These are facts, brothers. These are facts. Our people are suffering because we have gangs that this is our family, right? But don't you think that there's people in these hoods that are just trying to live their life, raise their children, and they got to come home to this? Shootings, Bloods, Crips, Norteños, Sureños, 13, 14. You think that, therefore, judgment is close to us? No, judgment is far from us. Neither do justice overtake us. Look at this. The American Indian, so-called, and Hispanic or Latino, so-called, we add up to 408 because technically we're not different people. We're the same people. Mm-hmm. Here's the so-called Southern Kingdom, right? Look at this.
Again, this was the understanding at that time. This video is from June 17, 2022, okay? Things have opened up. My spirit has been able to discern certain information that we now know. This was one West influence still at this time. And then eventually I started, all praises to the Most High, letting it go.
justice does not overtake us, because some of our brothers and sisters don't have to be in jail, but because of the simple fact that we have oppression over us, guess what? You're part of the train, man. You're going to get taken. Yeah, so here's another example. Okay. I already showed you guys the previous one regarding incarceration. So here's another example with regards to the scripture, Isaiah 59, right? That we don't know peace, right? Our judgment is not in our goings, okay? We've made crooked paths, I'm sorry. So obviously there's no peace. If you look at this number here, public, and by go through what he made that to a really has expressed entire population. This is for you so-called Mexicans, especially you. And if you look,
A diploma nowadays is not enough.
about just the simple fact that a degree can definitely help you, at least to get in the interview. They'll look at you more.
No, listen, guys, a diploma nowadays is not enough. Honestly, it's not enough. Matter of fact, not even a degree is enough. You got to specialize in something, okay? So just scratch all that. Without us having at least this worldly knowledge, our people are going to be upside down. Simple as that. Because why? Because without this particular understanding of the world, sometimes we won't even be willing to read what really matters to us. All right? So keep that in mind.
Or if you have a degree than if you don't, okay? So I'm just looking at the just basic common sense world required wisdom, all right? Or knowledge, so to speak. And if you look at us and you look at them, it's a huge difference. So now here's another one. Rate of high school dropouts, okay? So I showed you the graduation level, or the graduation rate is low amongst our people. And look at this. Look at the high, like the dropout is almost at 10%. And obviously between the so-called natives and then us, it's like basically 16, 17%. Okay? So when we talk about a system or
Hey, fam, we can't just look over that, you know? Give me a second. Look at this right here. It's 9.6% for Native brothers and sisters. 7.7% for so-called Hispanics. The high school that I had attended had a high dropout rate. And they would push a lot of what is it called, continuation school to the Hispanics. I know that for a fact because they tried to do that to me right in the freshman year, first semester, because my so-called grades weren't up to par. Well, I'm not going to graduate. That was right off the bat. Now, when you look at why the dropout rate, what's going on in the household? What causes our people to drop out of school? And we all have someone or know of someone that dropped out of school. And usually they have a troubled home. In some cases, if not most cases nowadays, they don't have a father in the home. But the psychology in that child or what is going on, the self-hate, the drug abuse, the alcohol addiction, maybe more likely, the promiscuousness, all of that is part of the dropout rate. The early pregnancy, the potential abortion, the low self-esteem, all of this is the cause of a dropout rate. Hispanics and natives add up to 16. What is that? 10 plus 6. What are they? 3, 10, 17.4, 17.3%. That's pretty high, man. I mean, if that's how you add it, you know what I'm saying? Maybe my math is way off. So the dropout rate is not just, they're so great kids. They're great children. Oh my God, they're great kids. Let me drop out. Yeah, man. You know what? I'm so excited to go to work, Dad. And I want to help you pay the bills and I'm going to take care of you. Yes, that's why I'm dropping out, because, I have such a great potential in this whole Google world or YouTube place that I'm going to be extremely well off. Man, come on. Come on, son. No. We're destroyed.
A system, or why judgment is not within our path, or like this other scripture. Yeah, matter of fact, I don't want to even skip this. Verse 59, therefore is judgment far from us, neither do justice overtake us. Okay, so we know that the educational system, right, it is not benefiting our brothers and sisters whatsoever. Okay, I've been in it. I come from a system, an actual high school, that they were real quick to get you to a continuation. Even in my freshman year, the first semester, I wasn't doing that well. Obviously, you know what I mean? Like, that's also not good on my end. But coming from a broken family, there's also not a lot to expect. You could do your best. But then the system that you go to, the schools, the counselors, wanted to throw my butt in continuation. Didn't even give me a chance to even try to make it up. I'm telling you. Therefore is judgment far from us. Neither do justice overtake us. Okay? We wait for a light, but behold obscurity. The judicial system is not in our favor. It's very clear that whenever natives and so-called Hispanics, we get the worst punishment compared to the other nations. Okay? And I'm talking about the 12 tribes here. So let me get that right. All right? And I'm only dealing with Northern Kingdom. Don't forget. It says here, we wait for light, but uphold obscurity. I know the difficulty of this. Therefore is judgment far from us, neither do justice overtake us. I have a son. He's sick. He's got autism, severe. Okay? And we wait for light, but behold obscurity. It seems like it may get better, but it doesn't. In case all of you guys have had a child with autism, you know what it feels like. He's an adult now. And seeing him go through what he goes through, I understand that, there's only hope. Prior to the truth,
Hey, shalom, studente. Hey, I got that call. I was busy, brother. But I will get to you. I appreciate that. All right. Hey, by the way, any family, in case y'all coming in, this is a reruns, all right? This is reruns from June 6th. So keep that in mind. There's been a lot of growth going on from then to this time. It's been 6 months now. All praise to the Most High. This channel's been consistent, all appreciative and very supportive of y'all. Spiritually, you guys have been feeding this channel, man. So appreciate it. And this is why it continues, okay? It's not about me, man. It's all about everybody in the nation of Israel. All right, let's go.
but this is just in general for our people. Therefore is judgment far from us, neither do justice overtake us. We wait for light, but behold obscurity. For brightness, but we walk in darkness. What darkness is this? What darkness are we talking about?
Most of the family members that we got are Catholics, or they worship the Virgin Mary, or the I guess the dead Virgin Mary, whatever. That is why we're in darkness, because we have no clue that we have a creator who gave us laws, statutes, commandments, culture, morality, civility, a dietary structure, and guess what? A ceremonial joy of a law. Because when you actually marry your children properly, that brings joy to you, because then you actually enjoy your grandchildren because you've done it correctly. That's the beauty of all of this, right? So let me continue.
You see, I'm giving you an example of the brothers and sisters, first of all, that are in real. Let me go back to it. Let me not forget. They are in real darkness. It says Isaiah 62. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth. So this is, we're understanding that this philosophy around the world is darkness. And gross darkness, the people, meaning their mind. Our people are destroyed under this gross darkness. We have no understanding because the laws of God were taken from us, because that is really within our core. When the Most High God gave us instructions, laws, statutes, and commandments, all right, he made that part of our DNA as well, which is why we're living in gross darkness. If he had not given us the laws, we would not be in gross darkness. We'd be just like the other nations, enjoying their world. But we don't. The so-called natives and Hispanics, we don't enjoy the nation of Esau or the world which they have compartmentalized for themselves. It never benefits us. Look, I don't want to get off topic, but I'll just say it like this. In high school, us Latinos, so-called Latinos, Hispanics, right? We didn't really dabble with other nations. I mean, some of us did, but most of us didn't. And one of the things that we always knew was very awkward, that, you know, and hey, it is what it is. I'm going to call it out. You so-called white women, so-called white girls, or very promiscuous women. You really are. And then you are very open to like sharing yourselves within your friends. You see, when a Latina sister even tries to do that, she becomes a hoe or gets pregnant or gets disease. You see, the lifestyle, that spirit is not within us. Okay? So, this considered, we are just different people. So, if we were just like them, gross darkness wouldn't be for us. We'd be in the light. But it's not like that for our people. I didn't really want to get off topic on that end, but it's just, the reason I bring it up, let me not forget, is because I talk to other people in other high schools, right? And I'm like, yeah, man, this happened. And they're like, yo, it's the same thing. So y'all white people are basically having that spirit. And then the same girls would go and graduate, become like academic attorneys, politicians. But if any of our sisters or us, we even try to play the role that they play, guess what? We're destroyed. Why? We have a different spirit. You know what I'm saying? But let me not get off topic here. Isaiah 59, verse 9. Therefore is judgment far from us, neither do justice overtake us. We wait for light, but behold obscurity. For brightness, but we walk in darkness. A lot of our brothers and sisters are really still in darkness. And more than likely, they probably may not ever come out of that. They're going to be the 2/3, right? But then, you know, I understand oppression. They definitely can destroy your mind. But what about these other brothers? What about these other ones that are not in real so-called evil as killing your darkness? What about you blind ones? You blind ones that do not believe we're in captivity. Don't think that we really have any issues to deal with. Think that everything's okay, like nothing happened. Hispanics, we didn't go through oppression. We didn't go through slavery. We didn't go on boats. You guys, this is for you guys. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 29. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But let me not get off topic here. Isaiah 59, verse 9. Therefore is judgment far from us, neither do justice overtake us.
Hey, fam. Yeah, as you can see, there was a lot of problem going on at that time, which is why I'm saying, I was early to this whole YouTube thing. Uh, I'm not sure why it was skipping. It was skipping a lot. So, anyways, just letting y'all know, okay? Just bear with me, because it does it again, I believe. Hold up.
You know what I'm saying?
There it goes, I think.
But let me not get off topic here. Isaiah 59, verse 9. Therefore is judgment far from us, neither do justice overtake us. Get off topic on that end. But it's just the reason I bring it up, let me not forget, is because I talk to other people in other high schools. Spirit. You know what I'm saying? Verse 9. Therefore is judgment far from us, neither do justice overtake us. We wait for light, but behold obscurity. For brightness, but we walk in darkness. A lot of our brothers and sisters are really still in darkness, and more like they probably may not ever come out of that. They're going to be the 2/3, right? But then, I understand oppression. They definitely can destroy your mind. But what about these other brothers? What about these other ones that are not in real so-called evil ass killing you darkness? What about you blind ones? You blind ones that do not believe we're in captivity, don't think that we really have any issues to deal with, think that everything's okay, like nothing happened. Hispanics, we didn't go through oppression, we didn't go through slavery, we didn't go on boats. You guys, this is for you guys. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 29. It reads, and thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness. Okay? Let me show you guys what type of darkness we're referring to here. Hold on a second, guys. Let me see if I can find it. I'm looking for, let's see, Open Vein. All right, so I'm going to bring you guys a picture of a book I have called Open Veins of Latin America. Okay? Let me look for it real quick. Open Veins of Latin America. Give me a second. Page 38. 1 second, guys. Here goes. Watch this, okay? Watch this, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Let me read it again. And thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness. You so-called Hispanics, you Latinos, you Native Indians, who don't believe that we are still under persecution, oppression, who don't believe that we're under the cloud of darkness, gross darkness, who believes that that it was better that the white man showed up to our continent and so-called purified our so-called race. This goes out to you guys. And you so-called that don't believe that the so-called white man is Esau. All right? It says, thou shalt build, oh, I'm sorry, no. Let's see. And thou shalt grow up at noonday as a blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore. Watch this. This is from Open Veins of Latin America, page 38. Watch what it says. Latin American silver and gold, as Engels put it, penetrated like a corrosive acid through all the pores of Europe's moribund feudal society. And for the benefit of nascent mercantilist capitalism, the mining entrepreneurs turned Indians and black slaves into a teeming external proletariat of the European economy. Greco-Roman slavery was revived in a different world. Let that sink in for a moment. Greco-Roman slavery was revived in a different world. This is for, like the scriptures say about Babylon, and how this is basically an extension of Rome. It just says it here. Watch this. The plight of the Indians of the exterminated Latin American civilization was added to the ghastly fate of the Black Seas from African villages to toil in Brazil and the Antilles. All right, for you Southern Kingdom brothers. Again, we, or us who have been woken, are very aware of what happens or what's going on. But you brothers, man, I want to make sure that I bring this to your light. You, yes, you brothers and sisters who think that we're not, no, that, you know what, things are good ever since the so-called white man came up. Don't forget this, Mr. Blind Man and Blind Woman. We serve whites only, no Spanish or Mexicans. Y'all forget that? Look, we got brothers and sisters that are extremely destroyed. Gangbanging, selling drugs, prostituting our sisters, not taking care of their children, raising them up to be thugs, to be... I love you, brothers, man. I love you, sisters, too. This is why I'm saying it, what I'm saying, okay? I understand why it is more difficult for some of y'all. I get it. I don't want to say it's an excuse, but you blind man who had maybe like a little bit better of a life. Not everybody was oppressed all the same. Some of us had it a little bit better than others. You that says the white man, he came and saved us. He says we serve whites only, no Spanish or Mexicans. You damn wetbacks. That's what they're saying. Texas leaders. Oh, this is from History of Racism Against Mexican American Clouds Texas Immigration Law. Right? When Texas leaders approved a tough new immigration enforcement law known as SB 4, they did so in a state that has had a long, continuing, and sometimes unacknowledged struggle for equity by the state's residents of Mexican descent. For Texas, it really has been a slow march to effective citizenship for Mexican Americans in a country that used to belong to us. Ain't that a, you know what I'm going to say. Hey, Mr. Blind Man, Mr. Blind Sister. The brutal history of anti-Latino discrimination in America. And thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness. That means that nothing that you do, Mr. Hispanic man, Mr. Hispanic woman, will prosper, will work out for you. Whatever it is that your doings or choosings are, it'll never work out. You real Israelites. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee. Thou shalt only be oppressed. Thou shalt only be oppressed. Brutal history of anti-Latino discrimination in America, school segregation, lynchings, and mass deportations of Spanish speaking U.S. citizens are just some of the injustices Latinos have faced. We seem to forget that this wasn't too long ago, and there are laws that are still implemented that have always affected us that started through here, through this. Watch this. Olvera Street in Los Angeles icon, a thriving Mexican market filled with colorful souvenirs, restaurants, and remnants of the oldest buildings in Los Angeles. But though the bright tourist destination teams with visitors, few realize it was once the site of terrifying raid. In 1931, police officers grabbed Mexican Americans in the area, many of them U.S. citizens, shoved them into wanting vans. Immigration agents blocked exits, arrested around 400 people who were then deported to Mexico, regardless of their citizenship to immigration status. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt only be oppressed. I'm going to tell you something, you so-called Hispanic, you so-called Latino, so-called Native Indian. If you have it good, and that's why you don't care about your people, I pray to God he has mercy on you. Because it's not about us individually. We all went into captivity together, dumbass. So we all have to get out of it together. And those that have a better situation, that's how we should be able to help more. And those that are
As you can see, fam, this is from June 6th. And by the way, dumbass is in the Bible, all right, in case you guys want to know. And let me bring it out real quick. I just my wife, when she heard me say that, she's like, I can't believe you said that on YouTube. Hold up. And then I had to show her. And she after that, she was like, okay, cool. 2 Peter, I'm sure y'all know it, man, but I gotta show it anyways. And by the way, Shalom Eastside. We're doing reruns this morning. I'm prepping for the day because I'm gonna do a very dear class later on. It's called Dying Daily, and it's just current reports coming out, man. It's just really bad, really sad. I'm right next door to it, and then I'm gonna be moving soon, like literally 5 minutes from Tijuana, and it's crazy. Anyways, 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 16 says, but well, I'll go to verse 15. It says, which had forsaken the right of way and are gone astray, following the way of Balaam, the son of Bozor, who loved the wages of unrighteousness, but was rebuked for his iniquity. The dumbass, speaking with man's voice, forbade the madness of the prophet. So when I read that, that was where the conversation ended. Anyways, all right, so let's continue.
do not have a better situation. We do our best that we can in order to help. Let's not forget.
Hey, shalom, 619. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
That's just a part of it. Watch this real quick. Give me a second. I'm actually looking for something. Give me a second. I'm almost there. This is regarding, maybe I passed it. Hold on a second, guys. Bear with me. I don't like to do this to y'all. Okay. I think this is it. Give me a second. Let me see. Yeah, this is it. All right. So this is page. This is from page. All right. Watch this, okay? This is from War Against All Puerto Ricans by Nelson Dennis, page 34 and 35, okay? Watch this. Remember, guys, thou shalt only be oppressed, right? And spoiled evermore. Over 20,000 women were sterilized in this one town. This scenario was repeated throughout Puerto Rico until, at its high point, 1/3 of the women on the island had been sterilized, and Puerto Rico had the highest incidence of female sterilization in the world. This for you so-called Puerto Ricans, my dearly beloved brothers and sisters. This campaign of sterilization stemmed from a growing concern in the United States about inferior races and the declining purity of the Anglo-Saxon bloodline. I'm going to read some parts that are not highlighted, and the other ones will be read, okay? Just to kind of skim through a little bit more. Throughout the 1920s and 30s, the Claude Fuse, whatever, a history teacher and headmaster of prestigious Phillips Endeavor Academy, argued, our declining birth rate may perhaps indicate a step towards national deterioration. In 1927, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the state of Virginia could sterilize those that thought unfit, you Hispanic, you Native Indian, and you so-called Negro too. But again, this is Northern Kingdom channel, so I'm focusing on my people right now. Could sterilize those that thought unfit, and I mean my people, I mean Northern Kingdom, particularly when the mother was feeble-minded and promiscuous. All right, we're talking about you so-called Latinos, in this case, you so-called Puerto Ricans. This is what the so-called white man is saying to you. Then it says, we found the people of Puerto Rico poor and distressed, without hope for the future, ignorant, poverty-stricken, and diseased, not knowing what constitutes a free and democratic government. Check this out. Dr. Cornelius Rhodes arrived in Puerto Rico. He's from a Harvard Medical School, and he was also president and graduate from cum laude in 1924. Newly formed Rockefeller Anemia. All right, he eventually joined. All right, he eventually joined. Page 35, commissioned to set up a research, like we're rats. On a drunken night in 1931, he said Rhodes got drunk at a party. Watch what he says. I can get a damn fine job here, and I'm tempted to take it. It would be ideal except for the Puerto Ricans. They are beyond doubt the dirtiest, laziest, most degenerate, and thieviest race of men to ever inhabit this sphere. Imagine hearing those words. Imagine that, brother and sister. And thou shalt grow up at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore. And you know why you're also groping in darkness and spoiled evermore? Because this is a...
Hey, estudiante, yo, they literally are still doing that, man. They literally are still doing that. And I wanted to read it that way because I wanted to emphasize the words. A lot of times we read material and we absorb it and we meditate. Subconsciously, it comes into your mind, you know, and you're like, okay. You walk around with it, you just read it. But you cannot really connect it to the meaning of like what it's actually being told. This is somebody that was raised with this mindset. Like colonialism has not left. Somebody had to bring that spirit here. And in order for that spirit to be alive, you have to still live that spirit. This is a spiritual war, which means people bring that with them. So what is being told to us now, and that's why I showed the video regarding the class I'm doing later. I'm sorry, the class I'm doing later. And then this right here reminded me of the video I did regarding Puerto Rico and how the workers, that the employees there, they're literally saying like we feel like Indians, man. Like, you know, they like we're second class citizens. Yeah, it's still going on. Mm-hmm. They come and invade Puerto Rico in, I believe, in 1897, make an excuse about it, right? go to war with Spain. I think this is the time where Cuba and Puerto Rico are then accessible, and then that's when it kicks over. All right, let's go.
Cycle. The mind eventually becomes deteriorated with so much oppression. Remember, when our parents were talked to, these people had this attitude towards us. And I'm going to show it in a video from the so-called Spanish Caucasians, right? But this is a oppressive mentality from our enemies towards our people. And when our parents were raised growing up, their parents and then their parents were treated like crap or shit, excuse my language. You know how it is, man. You grew up in a very difficult neighborhood. You're not given the right tools to raise a family. You're going to raise them the best you can, and it's really with crappy tools. The same concept here. Our people have been talked down to for so long. It says here, what the island needs is not public health work, but a tidal wave or something to totally exterminate the entire population. It might then be livable. I have done my best to further process of their extermination by killing off 8 and transplanting cancer into several more. The physicians take delight in the abuse and torture of an unfortunate subject. By the way, I want to make sure YouTube doesn't block me. I'm only using this for purposes of what? Criticism, comment, teaching, educational. I'm not profiting from this whatsoever, and I do not take ownership of this. I appreciate all the material that these people bring for us for educational purposes. Then it says, it says, an investigation by San Juan District Attorney Juan Ramon Quinones confirmed that of the 13 recently deceased cancer patients at San Juan Presbyterian, 8 had indeed been in Rhodes' care. Rhodes called his letter a fantastic and playful composition written entirely for his own diversion. His peers laughed along with him. Rhodes was never indicted and suffered no professional consequences for his actions. Throughout his long career, he supervised a staff of several hundred chemists, technicians, statisticians, librarians, and laboratory assistants. God, keep this in mind. These are biochemists, neurochemists, nuclear chemists, theoretical chemists, statisticians. These people with their racist spirit are the ones that have provided the education to our children.
The whole time I was on mute. Damn it. Anyways, my point, fam, being is that this right here is important for us to be aware of because biochemist, neurochemist, okay, nuclear chemist, well, the biochemist and neurochemist and chemical statisticians. I have a ex bro. Well, I still call him my brother-in-law, but my sister divorced him. He's from the Bronx, but his family's from Puerto Rico, right? So my nephew, he visits as much as he can, I guess. Anyhow, and I'm gonna do a class on this because it's regarding autism. So there's a high statistic rate with diagnosis of autism in regards to within the Puerto Rico, and a lot of our gente is happening too. But for some reason, it happens a lot in the island. So these guys relate to, or biochemists and neurochemists have everything to do with that. And then I find it interesting that he says a tidal wave. Anyhow, let's continue. Just saying.
Let that swallow. This is why you so-called Hispanic, you so-called Native Indian, right? You guys, the ones that believe that we are not under oppression, that are completely blind to the fact we are under oppression. Let me see something real quick. Let's see what time I got, because I want to make sure I can squeeze this class in real quick. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. I'm trying to determine something. Okay. Let me go ahead and skip it. Anyhow, so as you can see, right? This is something that it's not a joke. And that's not all. That's not all. Watch this. This is for the so-called Puerto Ricans, right? Watch this. This is for you so-called Mexicans, especially you, lovers of the white man. This is from Out of the Shadows by Vicky Reeves, page 28. It's an old book that my wife actually found for me from her days of college. It says, a Mexican expert from Vanderbilt University, Dr. Roy Garris, I believe, testifies before a U.S. Congressional Committee. Excuse me. He reiterates the views of Euro-American Westerners, a man who claimed that Mexican women were instinctively prone to adultery. Relying this questionable third-party testimony, Garris recapitulated the tired, trite, and grotesque 9th century gendered, racialized stereotype of modern audience. Their minds run to nothing higher than animal functions. Eat, sleep, and sexual debauchery, over-sexualized. In every huddle of Mexican shacks, one meets the same idleness. Filthy children with faces plastered with flies. Mocosos niños, right? Disease, lice, apathetic peons, and lazy squads. Didn't they say this to the so-called Puerto Rican? These sentiments were not isolated. Extremist meandering with a circulation of nearly 3 million. The Saturday Evening Post ran a series of articles urging the restriction of Mexican immigration. The titles tell the story: the Mexican invasion, the wet and other Mexicans, the aliens in relief. The one article, the docile Mexican, characterized Mexican immigrants with the following adjectives: illiterate, disease, pauperized, relying on mixed metaphors as well as opinions of scientists who dabbed in eugenics. Eugenics.
Biochemist. You see that, fam? Just like it happened in the islands, it happened here in the main island, right, so to speak. And just like it happened to one tribe, it happened to the other tribe. We're no different, fam. Remember, your repentance is my repentance. Your sins are my sins. Your salvation, technically, is my salvation. The Most High is dealing with 144 right now, and the 1/3, Lord willing, and the 2/3 will be destroyed, unfortunately. I wish we all could make it, fam. That's not the case. That's not the case. But for those that find similarity in the struggle of the true Hebrews, then in that similarity, you find comfort of the scriptures, because that's how we have hope.
The author, Kenneth Roberts, refers to Mexicans as both white elephants and as people who bring countless numbers of Mexican citizens into the world with reckless prodigality of rabbits. Robert cautions against the mongrelization of America, warning further that the children of Mexicans and European parents will result in other mixed race problems. And as soon as a race is mixed, it is inferior. Under the heading of the Mexican conquest, the editor of Saturday Evening, watch what he says.
Hold on, fam. I read that wrong. Prodigality of rabbits. What does that word mean? Let me see. Prodigality. It says extravagance in expenditures of what one possesses, particularly of money, waste, excessive liberality. All right, so it says here, I guess, reckless prodigality of rabbits, meaning just horny bastards, just having babies without taking care of them. Well, this is created by colonialism. Let's not walk over that word. Prodigality, okay? Prodigality, excessiveness. Let's go.
The very high Mexican birth rate tends to depress still further the low white birth rate. That's by the way, biblical. Another class, I'll bring it up. Thus, the race problem of greatest magnitude is being allowed to develop for future generations to regret. And in spite of the fact that Mexican Indians is considered a most undesirable ethnic stock for the melting pot. I hope that sits well with you blind so-called Hispanics and Native Indians. You that do not believe that this is actually going still. That just thinks that no, everybody's equal now, that votes for Democrats or politicians, for people that oppress you, you expect them to make changes. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of this. Watch this. Lamentations 4:17. As for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we watch for a nation that could not save us. You know who these are? Blind Israelites. You watch for a nation that cannot help you. You completely ignore the Most High God. You saw how that so-called Hispanic and Native Indian. This is you right here. As for us, our eyes have yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us. Do you not go vote? You think they're going to pass laws that are going to make it equal for us or better for us? As I go further into my classes, you're going to find out that the system that we live in, right? The oppressive system, because the Most High actually planned it this way. I'm only bringing the truth to the Bible and reality to you Hispanics and Native Indians to wake the hell up. The fact is that nothing will change unless we come back to the Most High God. And the only way is very simple, through the commandments. Through the commandments of God is how we get out of this. Not through a vote. Not with it, but with this Bible. Okay? So let's go back to this page again. I want to make sure that we don't miss anything. Okay? Remember, the brutal history of anti-Latino discrimination in America. Screw U.S. citizens are just some of the injustice Latinos have faced. Let's not forget, I'm bringing this point up for you blind brothers and sisters who think that we have not gone through this, nor are we going through it any longer. Because you are just simply blind to what they call, I'll just mention it, the sphere of influence. Okay? The only way we get out of it is through the Bible. Not the Christian white Jesus doctrine, but the actual commandments that the Most High God gave to the so-called Latinos and so-called Native Indians. Okay? Remember, lynchings. All right, watch this. It says here, in 1851, for example, a mob of vigilantes accused Josefa Segovia of murdering a white man. After a fake trial, they marched her through the streets to watch, shouting racial slurs. Others were attacked on suspicion of fraternizing with white women or insulting white people. Even children became the victims of this violence in 1911. A mob of 100 people hanged a 14-year-old boy, Antonio Gomez, after he was arrested for murder. Rather than let him serve time in jail, remember, he was arrested for murder. But what makes him think that he actually, I mean, where's the proof? Anyhow, rather than let him serve time in jail, townspeople lynched him and dragged his body through the streets of Thorndale, Texas. Imagine seeing your son, your 14-year-old son, tied to the back of the fender of your car or a car, being pulled with a rope, tied around his neck, dragged around the streets. You're hearing the vehicles, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, I didn't have this scripture in mind, but this is a good time to bring it out. Verse 32. Deuteronomy 28:32. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all day long. Given to other people like this brother out here for us, right? He was given to other people after he was arrested for murder. Rather than let him serve time, townspeople lynched him, dragged his body through the streets. And thine eyes shall look and fail, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all day long. Let that sink in for a moment, okay? Let me give you another example. Lynchings, repatriation programs, repatriation programs, and school segregation maybe in the past, but anti-Latino discrimination in the U.S. is far from over. Now, remember, I'm not bringing this up because I'm trying to push some political agenda here. Not at all. I'm only showing y'all, brothers and sisters, that this is not going to change, never will change, unless we come back to the Most High God and wake up that 144. All right? For you new people, I will have some classes where, well, Lord willing, some of y'all are new and are listening to this channel. It's for you, Northern Kingdom. Okay? I'll have more of what I consider, let's say, milk. But anyhow, right now, this is basically what the Bible said we would be going through.
There. Well, anyway, this is what I wanted to show you because it is considered by many to be the most famous tree in all of Kansas. Okay, this is the famous hanging tree of Goliad County. It was a site of extrajudicial executions. In other words, this is where they lynched Mexicans. How many Mexicans were there? Some say 80, 90, 100, but we really don't even know. And of course, on the other side of there's the famous whipping post, where they would tie Mexicans and other people, blacks, and whip them for transgressions against the social order. Over there, we have a tree where it is said that they hung the blacks because I don't know, it's kind of crazy. Even, you know, in Texas, we had standards. You can't lynch a black person from the same tree that you lynch a brown person. You know, it just ain't fitting. It ain't fitting. It just ain't fitting.
You believe that?
Yeah. So this is the kind of crazy racism that fueled all this. And why? It was economics, and it was also the fact that they wanted our land. In fact, they came here to take our land, and they were very successful. It's a tourist thing.
Let me make this clear to him, brother. Understood? It is right. You said transgressions. That's correct. But this is the reason. But it's Deuteronomy 28:15. But it shall come to pass if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. Because we didn't keep the commandments of God, brother. And he sent the worst of the worst in order to put us in servitude, for our spirit to wake the hell up and come back to our ways. It says, but it shall come to pass if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. This is one of them.
Now here, everything's named hanging tree around here, but I mean, when you really think about it, it should give you the creeps.
That's what I'm talking about, right? That should give you the creeps. But this is the mentality that I mean in regards to you so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, right? Okay? You who believe that this is the past.
Hey, family, you know, there's a lot of talk about the laws. Keeping the laws, keeping the laws, keeping the laws. Yeah, you got to keep the laws, Ock. You got to keep the laws, Ock. A lot of talk about keeping the laws. What the hell does that even mean? I know we say it often, man, and I'm like, I mean, I know what it means. It's the rhetorical question. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it? Why? Why is it important? We see curses for disobedience. Disobedience to what? To not keeping the laws. Okay, yeah, fine. Okay, makes sense. Like don't sin. Okay, fine. Don't sin. But that's easy to say. How do we not? It's easy to talk about keeping the laws. Convenient to tell you to keep the laws. It's easy to teach to keep the laws. But what does it mean? Deuteronomy 4 and 5 says this, behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments. Through judgment, you find wisdom. Through judgment, you find prudence, equity, meaning gentleness. Through judgment, we discern what we do in life. Through statutes, we walk according to morality and civility. Even as the Lord my God commanded me, like a father to his son. He raises you since he created you. And he's teaching you how to conduct yourself, how to talk, how to think, how to respond, how to live, how to work, how to harvest, how to sow, how to reap, how to examine yourself. All of that is statutes and judgments. How to judge yourself. How do you walk in these laws? Okay, fine, you got fringes. And then what now? Are you judging yourself first? Verse 6 says, keep therefore and do them. What do you get out of doing them? Doing what? The external aspect of the laws? We already know that didn't work. For this is your wisdom and your understanding. What is wisdom? Oh, you know that you hear that whole, I don't want to say it's stupid. You know, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. No. Applicable, experienced, exercise knowledge is power. That's wisdom. And through the statutes and judgments, you find wisdom, and you learned understanding of yourself before others. If you read Proverbs, that's what Solomon was asking for. The Proverbs of Solomon, Proverbs 1:1, the son of David, king of Israel, the beginning of knowledge. He says, to know wisdom and instruction, meaning for himself, to perceive the words of understanding for himself, to receive the instructions of wisdom, how to conduct yourself, how to walk, how to apply what you know, what you're being taught from your elders. Justice, meaning true in every sense of the word, just in every applicable sense of the word of the laws, and judgment and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion, that's having compassion. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsels. To understand a proverb, the interpretation, the words of the wise and their dark sayings. He ain't saying to know how to wear my fringes, to measure how long they are, to see how cool my beard looks. Look at my woolly hair. Make sure you get a tan as well. No. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instructions, meaning that you only go as far as, yeah, I know, but you don't apply. But fools despise wisdom because wisdom is applicable knowledge. And instructions is what you're being taught as you're learning. Like me, myself, I'm in these classes. I'm a student just like y'all. I'm listening. Why do you think I watched this class over again? I'm taking notes. I lost my computer, okay? And I'm getting it repaired. And I'm probably not going to find this class, which was one of the classes that I really wanted to. So I'm taking notes on my own class. Why? Because it's not my class. It's the Most High's class. And that is what I'm fear. The knowledge of wisdom not living in them. I fear that if I don't apply the laws of God, I won't be wise in my walk. I won't be wise in my sayings. I won't be walking understanding. I won't even be wise in applying the commandments, meaning I'll be back into that world, that darkness. Which is why the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instructions because they don't apply them. Let's go, man. Enough about this. I want to make it clear. Everybody talks about the commandments. You got to keep the laws. You got to keep, okay. And then what?
Get over it. Why look back? Move on. Things are good. We're all the same. No. Deuteronomy 28:29. And thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness. What did this brother say?
I mean, when you really think about it, it should give you the creeps.
Right? This should give you the creeps. Hanging Tree Town, bro. And we got our people living there without even realizing. Then thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness. That is extreme darkness, gross darkness. When you live in a town that is named after the people. It's basically celebrating the killing of our people. Just like Thanksgiving. That's no different. Another topic, another class. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore. This spoiled evermore is you blind, brothers and sisters. This class is for you. This class is for all of us, man. But this specific topic right now is for you. Let's not forget, this didn't happen that long ago. And these people, watch what he says. Watch, okay?
Back then, of course, a hanging was a big community event. The little boys would climb into the adjacent trees to get a good view. People would bring picnic baskets. They would make a day out of it. It was like a big jovial affair. Of course, this is for the white people. The black people and Mexicans weren't going to come to this because, they were.
Let's hear that again.
Trees to get a good view. It should give you the creeps.
It should give us the creeps, right? This is, remember, Isaiah 60. gross darkness on the people. The earth will be covered in darkness and the people in gross darkness. Let's try this again.
Have a tree where it is set.
Let's see this again. Look, watch this. Think about this. Come on, guys. Like, I really want this to sink in, okay? Not only because it's a simple fact that you so-called Hispanics or natives, some of y'all don't believe that we got lynched this way. Some of you guys actually believe that this only happened to the so-called black man or so-called black woman. That this absolutely happened not to us, but to them only. That's how blind our people are. It's going to even say that per capita. What that basically means is, right? Well, per capita, we had about the same lynchings for every so-called Negro or so-called Hispanic. For example, if you have 100,000 people in one city and 10% of them are lynched, it's equivalent to or equal to 1 million people in one city and 10% of them are lynched. That's exactly what this means. And it's going to touch on that in a little bit. Watch.
Well, anyway, this is what I wanted to show you because
Oh, shoot. My bad. I'm sorry.
all of Kansas. Okay. This is the famous hanging tree of Goliad County. It was a site of extrajudicial executions. In other words, this is where they lynched Mexicans. How many Mexicans? Some say 80, 90, 100, but we really don't even know. And of course, on the other side of there's the famous whipping post, where they would tie Mexicans and other people, blacks, and whip them for transgressions against the social order. Over there, we have a tree where it is said that they hung the blacks because I don't know, it's kind of crazy. Even in Texas, we had standards. You can't lynch a black person from the same tree that you lynch a brown person. And, it just ain't fitting. It ain't fitting. It just ain't fitting. So, right. So this is the kind of crazy racism that fueled all this. And why? It was economics. And it was also the fact that they wanted our land. In fact, they came here to take our land, and they were very successful. It's a tourist thing now here. Everything's named Hanging Tree around here. But when you really think about it, it should give you the creeps. Back then, of course, a hanging was a big community.
Remember, it says everything's named after what?
Very successful. It's a tourist thing now here. Everything's named Hanging Tree around here.
Everything's. Their inward thought is Psalms 49:11. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever. By them reminding y'all, Hanging Tree Town, Hanging Tree Restaurant, 80, 100 plus of y'all beaners were hung. And their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own name. This is basically what they're doing, what they've done. He said it. They took our lands, named them after them, and puts these names, right? These particular names. I don't know if it's called euphemisms, to remind us that their dwelling places shall be lasting forever. That their dwelling places to all generations. I'm sorry. That their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations, meaning their generations, the so-called white man's generations.
When you really think about it, it should give you the creeps. Back then, of course, a hanging was a big community event. The little boys would climb into adjacent trees to get a good view of people.
Some of these little boys, believe it or not, are your politicians, your lawyers, your teachers, your mayors, your chief of police, your sheriffs, your border patrol, the people that make the laws, that pass the laws within the political system. Some of these are judges. right? Some of these are you know, I can't think of the title of the person, but the people that run the jails.
Who would bring picnic baskets? They would make a day out of it. It was like a big jovial affair. Of course, this is for the white people. The black people and Mexicans weren't going to come to this because you know they were the object of it was to
we were the show,
instill terror,
and that too
in their lives. This is, I mean, this is horrible.
This is horrible. Really? They give us our land back. I bet you they won't.
You know? Yeah, it is horrible.
You see that? Yes, it is horrible. You see his face. He's got no answer. But when you understand that you are an Israelite, you so-called Mexican, you so-called Puerto Rican, Peruvian, Colombian, when you realize you're an Israelite, that face will then start becoming a wiser man's face. It won't be confused. This man right here, you can tell that there's a lot of pain in his facial expression because he understands the history. The Bible calls it bitter wisdom. I'm not going to, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go there. But because I understand that this has happened to my people, obviously it breaks my heart, but it's like Wisdom of Solomon 18. I'm not going to go to it, just random referencing it. I think it's Wisdom of Solomon 18 talks about the salvation and destruction.
Wisdom of Solomon 18 and 7.
The salvation of our people and destruction of the enemy. That's why it makes me happy. Thus saith the Lord.
It is what it is.
You see that? It is what it is. Damn. You see, this man is not gangbanging. He's not raping, murdering, trafficking, drugs, people, our people. No. But see, this is another type of brother that does feel this. Maybe the Most High would wake him up. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's not up to me. It's up to the Most High. But this is the blindness that we see our people. Some of y'all know that this happened. I'm not saying that every single one of you don't. Some of you guys know that this happened, but you are like this man right here. You have no answers. So you close your eyes and you continue with your life.
It is what it is.
The events that took place here in Goliad weren't unique. Over the next 70 years, there were 871 documented lynchings of Mexican Americans in 13 Western states. And yet the violence
Let that sink in, okay?
found in the rest of the Southwest didn't compare to the horror of South Texas. In a single decade, from 1910 to 1920,
10 years.
Historians estimate as many as 5,000 Mexican Americans were murdered in a brutal wave of terror and mass executions. In proportion to their numbers, Mexicans were lynched in the West as often as blacks were lynched in the South.
Told you, per capita. You see what I'm saying?
Willfully violate their constitutional duties and obligations. Mr. Minister, Mr. Speaker, sounds like a most important relationship, doesn't it? Why doesn't the Prime Minister just say the truth and tell Indigenous peoples that he doesn't give a fuck about their rights?
You know what? That is very true. Excuse the language. Okay? But that is so true. Because this is exactly why. Like, come on, guys. Like this, look, listen. You know what? I'm telling you, the Bible says that it's gonna continue until our King Yahushua, or how some people call him Christ, is gonna return. This is the last kingdom before, Lord willing, some of us make it. We get to go back to the kingdom and get out of this hole or this nightmare, right? I don't know what scripture it says, but it says that it'll be like in the blink of an eye, bam, waking up from this. It'll be like a dream when all of this is over. When Esau's kingdom is done, it'll be like that. But for the sake of time, and maybe another class, I'll touch on it. Matter of fact, that'll be a good topic. Okay. Now that we're on this subject here, matter of fact, let me go to this real quick. Because now we know now that our people are definitely not realizing what's going on. They either don't want to, and they don't know. Okay, one of the two, right? Either ignorant to it or doesn't give a hell about our people. But as you know, remember it mentions darkness on the earth, right? This starts somewhere. Job 38:2. Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? You guys ever heard of manifest destiny? Let me read that again. Who is this that darkeneth counsel? Who is this that darkeneth actual understanding, right? By words without the knowledge, meaning philosophy of the so-called white man, philosophy of the whole entire world right now. It's not Bible-based. Christianity is not Bible-based. That is idolatry. Y'all are demons. My brothers and sisters that are entrenched or engulfed, right, in this hellhole that you're in, I pray to God that, I pray to the Most High that he wakes you up in time. Because, again, who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? You blind brothers and sisters, as I mentioned, we're not this way just because. There is a method to this whole madness behind the so-called white man. You see, I'm saying this because we need to know our enemy. The Bible says it. Christ came to save the children of Israel from their enemy. Matter of fact, let me go to it. Because some of y'all may think like, oh, God, this guy is such a racist. He's a racist. No. Bible says to separate ourselves anyways from other nations. Specifically, why? Because we're supposed to care for our own people first. But anyhow, watch what this is. Watch what it says here. Luke chapter 1, verse 67. 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel. Lord God of Israel is, okay, let me continue. For he had visited and redeemed his people, and hath raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David. We're talking about Christ. As he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began. That world is Israel. Which have been since the world began, right? Also, these prophets have always prophesied about our King, Yahushua, Christ. That we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. I've been proving left and right that they hate us. The other nations hate us. It says here that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. What remember, semicolon here. Let me make sure that we understand, because I know that some of us, hold on a second. Semicolon. Don't really know some of these definitions, right? The semicolon, let me just share something with y'all. The semicolon in the verse is basically means this, okay? Semicolon is amongst the young, hold on. I just need to know. Is used to join two or more ideas in a sentence. Those ideas are then given equal position or rank. So it's like a continuation of a thought in a sense, right? So it says here, it's a semicolon. Where? Verse 71. That we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. So why should we be saved from our enemies and the hand of all that hate us? Because of this, to perform the mercy promised to our fathers and to redeem his holy covenant. Redeem is like you buy a lottery ticket, you win the lottery, right? Sorry to use it, but this is one of the examples. You got a lottery ticket, you'd say you scratch it, you get $10, you redeem the lottery ticket, you get the $10 now. This is what it means. The semicolon is there to let you know that we're supposed to be saved from our enemies, meaning what? It was going to be prophetic that that Christ would come to save us from our enemies because it was promised to our fathers, and it was a holy covenant. Let's not get that confused. And these enemies, we got to know who they are. I'm not getting off topic. I just want to show y'all something. Because from the hand of all that hate us, right? This, I'm sure you guys have heard of this, right? Manifest destiny. Watch what it says. Manifest destiny. It says here, and I'll start here in his editorial, here in the middle part. In his editorial, O'Sullivan maintained that our manifest destiny is overspread in the continent allotted by Providence for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions. In a nutshell, manifest destiny was an Anglo-American version of the national supremacy, white supremacy theory, and justified the aspiration of the United States to extend its borders from sea to shining sea. And the hell with y'all natives. The phrase took, and so did the sentiment. You see that? The sentiment meaning the white supremacy mentality. Politicians of all persuasions made mention of manifest destiny in articles and speeches everywhere. And they felt as full of imperialist zeal and purpose as the Spanish conquistadors had. Don't they say, God bless America? This is what they mean when they say that. Manifest destiny, dummies. Oh, I'm sorry. And I apologize for just reading it. This is from Harvest of Empire by Juan Gonzalez, page 43. The next one is also Everything You Need to Know About History, about Latino History by Gilmes Noves, page 67. I'm sorry, backwards. This is page 43. The other one's page 67. It says, proponents of manifest destiny saw Latin America as inferior in cultural makeup and berate of democratic constitutions. Our country's Calvinist belief reinforced those territorial ambitions perfectly. Americans could point to the nation's prosperity to its amazing new network of canals, steamboats, and railroads as proof of their God-given destiny to conquer the frontier. God bless America. I'm not lying, guys. Newspapers and magazines of the day were replete with articles who noted phrenologists like Dr. George Caldwell and Dr. Joshua C. Knott, who pronounced the superiority of white Europeans over Indians, blacks, and Mexicans. You Israelites! Romans 9:4. Who pertain to the adoptions, the glory, the covenants, the promises, the salvations. Sorry to mess it up, but this is who you are. You see that? Who propounded the superiority of white Europeans over Indians, blacks, and Mexicans. Why is that? Because Esau hates Jacob. To the Caucasian race is the world indebted for all the great and important discoveries. To you so-called white man that says, why are you calling us Caucasians? Y'all calling yourselves Caucasians. Important discoveries and inventions and improvements that have made in science and the arts. Caldwell wrote in his influence thoughts on the original unity of human race. Not one of the South's best-known surgeons took Caldwell's view one step further. He urged the need for eugenics to keep the white race pure. Wherever the history of the world, the inferior races have been conquered and mixed in with the Caucasians. The latter have sunken into barbarism. This is manifest destiny, guys. They are not ever going to back away from this teaching. Your votes don't count, Negro. Your votes don't count. Beanus, Spicks. That's what they call us, man. Wetbags. Job 38 and 2. Who is this that darkeneth counsel by the words without knowledge? Isn't this a way to make you feel inferior, Mr. Hispanic man? That's why you're blind. That's why some of y'all don't want to face reality, because this is what you see. You don't see the Bible. You don't know the Bible. So this is what you see. Superiority over you. And some of y'all may say like, nah, I don't feel that way. Yeah, you do. You know why? Because you ain't coming back to the Most High. Ain't nothing out there for you. We have to make sure. I'm going to show y'all something real quick. Let me read this again. I noticed something, and I think I might have forgotten the point. Fear our country's Calvinist belief. Oh, okay. Watch this. All right. It says here, manifest destiny. And matter of fact, let me see. I may just end up touching it later. Matter of fact, yeah, I'll touch it later. Let me move on from this here real quick. I'm gonna move on. I think I made my point. Enough. All right. So remember, now that we understand this whole concept of their superiority, this is why I keep saying some of y'all are blind, because you really, really don't realize. Like, for example, the Bible is your book, and you still want to be blind to the fact that, oh, we're Gentiles and why Jesus came to save us, and you're teaching wrong doctrine. No. Y'all are under the cloud of darkness. Remember I mentioned, it says here, who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? All right. Who is this that claims that the servant is now the king? Eugenics, right? Or manifest destiny. In case some of y'all so-called Latinos don't know, the Bible is prophetic. Watch this. Deuteronomy 28:44. So this manifest destiny, this superiority, right, has made the rest of our brothers and sisters and the rest of the countries out there, right, that we live in amongst ourselves. It's in Spanish. It says that Latino America es el trasero del Anglo. Deuteronomy 28:44. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Meaning, you'll be the ass. Okay? I'm going to show y'all something. This is what they call manifest destiny. Hold on a second. Let me see. I have it. I know I had it here. There it goes. Watch this. Why is Mexico considered the backyard of USA? Now, Mexico, and I'm talking about from Mexico down all the way down south. The term America's backyard was coined during the time as a reference to Latin America. America's backyard. You see this? America's backyard is a concept often used in political science, supposedly. Here goes right here. Since the establishment of the U.S., international relations have been politically important by securing the nation's develop democracy and influential power. With Latin America, its closest proximity is the U.S., right? Remember this, guys. Guys, remember. Look, I don't want to forget you. Look, we're the backyard. Thou shalt be the head. They shall be the head. We shall be the tail. We shall be the ass. You see this? We're the backyard. We're the tail. I think that the Bible is not real, man. These Christians have taught us that the Bible is just a theoretical book, or maybe some type of story type of book. It's not. It's a prophetic book. It's a prophetic book, actually. This video is called "The Storm That Swept Mexico." This is for you so-called Hispanic. Remember I said Mexico is a reflection of the rest of the Americas. Okay? So I want y'all to know this. It's not that I'm favoring my the so-called Mexicans, my people. I mean, that's technically so-called where I'm from. But if it happens there, it happens everywhere. And further in time, I will be making more videos regarding other countries. I promise y'all. Watch this real quick.
All right, my bad. My bad. I got you, brother. I got you. It's just that I'm already dealing with some calls, man. So I'm trying to balance work. Let's see. I got it. 1 Corinthians 15:52. In a moment, in a blinking of it. That's it. In a blinking of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable and will be changed. Will be changed. Oh yeah. I was reading it last night. Yeah, man. That's that's the thing, bro. That's the thing about that scripture. Not just go sideways on the point, but yo, that's what they're saying, man. Like, listen, Ak. Twinkling of an eye, you're gonna look just like us. What, bro? What, man? This heavenly body, I can't even wrap my mind around what that it'd be like, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's why. And you know what he said? That Papa Bull manifest destiny, they're wicked, bro, for real. Just the concept of manifest destiny, the concept of it. That, yeah, it's in scripture to pillage, rob, and rape you and cut your throat, cut your belly, see your entrails bleeding all over you, running away from us as you trip over them as well. Let me feed your babies to my dogs too. Oh, and by the way, I'm gonna throw blankets at your ass so then you can die of like the actual smallpox plague. And what else? Let's see, what else can we do? Oh, that's right. We're gonna rape your women and we're gonna rape your men to prove and fear and put fear upon you so you can fear like the fear of God. And that's what the white and black man did when they came to this continent. That is the real fact. Now, I know this is an older video regarding, that's what I was saying when I first started the class at 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay. That's when this started because it's a 4-hour session. And then I'm going to focus on the class tonight. This right here, okay, is an example of, of what the progression has been like. Back then, I came from one West. That's all I really knew. And I just wanted to keep the laws of God. That's all I understood at that time. But as the Most High started revealing things to me, I found out more and more and more and more. Okay. So let's continue. Anyways, great scripture, brother. And I'm telling you, meditate on that, man, because if you separate the doctrine that they see or they say, that's why the walk, the statues, the judgments, all of that matters. If you want to have a heavenly body, you got to walk in those laws in a perfection. And that is not easy to attain. That's why 2 Corinthians chapter 7 talks about us having one single path, water and fire, so thin And then another scripture mentions that even the righteous will make it scarcely. You know what I'm saying? That's scary. Scary.
The exploitation of Indians, the racism, the class differences, they have a huge impact on Mexico. And the revolution, which we're talking about now, was supposed to put a stop to this, but it didn't.
You hear that? It didn't put a stop to it. It didn't put a stop to it, right? Watch this real quick. Let's skip a little bit now. For you blind brothers and sisters, I'm using this video because some of y'all really don't understand that even though Mexico is also supposedly their own country, or Mexico has its own country, it really doesn't. Job 9:24 says the world is given into the hand of the wicked. We know what nation of people is in power, right? We know what nation of people is in power. So when it comes to assuming that Mexico is an independent country and has no king over them, you're out of your mind.
President. For more than 30 years, he will rule Mexico with an iron fist in what will become known as the Porfiriato. To some, he is the benevolent father, the peacemaker, but to others, the traitor, the man who gave Mexico away to the foreigners.
The Porfiriato is in some ways the beginning of that peculiar relationship between Mexico and the United States.
He gave Mexico away, basically, right?
The Porfiristas believed, given the economic thinking of that time, that the way to move ahead was to open the gates to foreign investment.
So open the gates to foreign investment, supposedly, right? Let's just say that this brother was a Israelite. Let's just say that for the sake of him being an Israelite, because I don't know if he is. I don't know, honestly. But this is what the Most High God told us. Proverbs 3:31. Envy not the oppressor and choose none of his ways. Because it won't benefit us. Okay?
Mexico was right next to the United States, so Mexico was largely an economic colony of the United States by 1900.
An economic colony, meaning that this country, the nation, the USA, was going to what?
An economic colony of the United States. So
let me read that.
Mexico was largely an economic colony of the United States by 1900.
Largely an economic colony, an economic colony of America, right? It says here, watch this.
Hey, brethren, if you guys can hear me, the next class is coming up right after.
Deuteronomy 28:33. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always. Did he not just say this?
And Mexico was right next to the United States, so Mexico was largely an economic colony of the United States by 1900.
Boom. All right, by 1900. So now, let me skip ahead a little bit, and I'm going to show you guys that these people, this nation of people, are very tactful. And that's why some of y'all brothers, I call y'all blind. Because you don't even know who your enemy is. You hang out with them, you celebrate it. I mean, come on, guys. Why y'all celebrating 4th of July? What the hell is wrong with y'all? For real. Whose independence? It ain't ours. You still got our brothers and sisters locked up in jail. Their children separated from them. Really? 4th of July. It belongs to them. That belongs to the other nations. The so-called white man can celebrate 4th of July all they want. And listen, guys, it's the truth. This is their world right now. This is their heaven. It's okay because Romans says otherwise. Remember, for y'all that know, that's another topic. Watch this real quick. For you blind ones that think that America's independent, that Mexico's independent and they make decisions based on their own, right? That it all favors, and it has that Spain, the Caucasian Spaniards, the English Spaniards, they have nothing to do with benefiting from Mexico or any Latin country. Watch this.
Here, Diaz surrounds himself by a group of technocrats known as the científicos.
Who are these guys? Who are these científicos? Let's find out. Let's find out who these guys are. Give me a second. I had them here. Come on. Don't let me take. Come on. I literally had this right here. Give me a second. Come on. Oh, I know it. I know why. My bad. Watch this. Científicos, right? The founders of the group were Rosendo Pineda, and Manuel Romero Rubio. In 1895, Jose Ibes Lamentor, the son of a French immigrant and finance minister since 1893. So this was a European, a Caucasian, Edomite, who founded this group. It says here, members of a group official serving early 1890s, give me a second, in the Porfirio Diaz regimen. They were influenced of positivism, philosophy. Y'all can find this. And it says here, philosophy of the French Auguste Comte. Remember the scripture? Envy not the oppressor, choose none of his ways. But anyhow, these guys were all about the European interest, the Anglo interest. Right? Look at this. The científicos advocated what they considered to be the practical application of scientific methods, specifically those of social science, to problems of finance, industrialization, and education. It wasn't going to benefit our people. See this guy? The son of a French immigrant. They care about their people, not ours. I'm going to show y'all something real quick. Let me see if I should show you guys now. I'll wait on this. Watch this. By the way, I'm gonna let this run for about a minute and a half, all right? So I'm gonna be with you. I may just pause it in case I see something, but just I'm here.
Controls much of the nation's wealth, with little regard for anyone outside their circle. The científicos.
See? Let me play that again.
Victims himself by a group of technocrats known as the científicos. This circle of power.
Hold on. My apologies, guys.
With Tecnidiato is Mexico City. Here, Diaz surrounds himself by a group of technocrats known as the científicos. This circle of power controls much of the nation's wealth, with little regard for anyone outside their circle.
The científicos were the people who implemented his economic policies. These were the people who wrote the legislation for the passage of laws. These were the people who put together the contracts between the Mexican government and foreign companies and so on.
Y'all listening? These were the people that set up the contracts. We're talking about legislations. We're talking about laws that benefited the other nation, has been established, engraved in the fabric of the politics in Mexico. And here too, manifest destiny, you blind brothers and sisters. I'm almost done, by the way. About 5 more minutes. Actually, no, what am I talking about, man? I got a way to go.
They were elitist. Some of them were racist. That is, they believed in the notion.
You hear that?
They were elitist. Some of them were racist.
All of them were racist. They're not our people.
That is, they believed in the notion that the biggest problem that Mexico faced was its backward Indian population.
You damn Venus, Spicks, and wetbags. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? And for you, BOI camps, you dummies, for you dumb, I'm calling you guys that. Because these people, they're not our people. The Científicos, the guy that put together that group is a Frenchman, a Caucasian. And the rest of them are also of the Spaniard bloodline, Caucasian bloodline, benefiting their nation, their people. I'm going to show y'all something real quick. This is from Ignore Racism. I apologize, Amazon, for using this. In the book Jacket of Alienation, Peter Brimwell writes that Latinos within the United States are less educated, less skilled, more prone to trouble with the law, less inclined to share American culture and values, and altogether less likely to become Americans in name and in spirit. Sometimes these statements of failed assimilation are interwoven with the arguments about the racial superiority of Americans with white European ancestry, a need for white nationalism, and a desire for racial segregation. Few would doubt that within this context, statements of failed Latino assimilation and adherence to Anglo-American norms represent part of the racial ideology of old-fashioned racial bigotry, rooted. When you have a plant or a tree that's well-rooted, it's hard to take out. Remember, these are people that were children that were hanging, that were like on top of. In verse 12, and with that being said, right, I'm gonna bring up videos, I'm gonna bring up scripture real quick, I'm gonna bring up material, right, to make sure that you guys understand, right, exactly what I'm trying to teach. All right, so with that being said, let me start off with Ephesians chapter 6 and verse 12, and it reads, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood." Okay, so keep this in mind. We wrestle not against, let's say, for somebody that's in front of you physically, an actual physical individual, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Okay, so your enemy, my brothers and sisters, is being supported by spiritual wickedness, like Job 9:24. I'm not going to read it, but it says the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. All right, we know that the so-called, and again, I know that there are other, like Psalms 83 mentions other nations, but I'm gonna tell you this right now: the front runner of perpetual hatred towards you Hispanics and Native Indians is the so-called white man. So you damn right I'm gonna focus on him because he's the leader, the ringleader of all of this. All right, so now let me put up this. Let me get going. So I'm gonna put up this video. It's from a movie. It's called The 13th Warrior. Hopefully, man, they don't black me, man, because again, this is under copyright, right? Disclaimer. I want to make sure that you guys understand. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purpose of such as criticism, comments, teachings, education, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by the copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in the favor of the fair use, and that's exactly what I'm doing this for. Okay, so without further delay, let me first of all share this. We're gonna watch some portions of this movie. The reason I'm saying this is because look, I'm gonna go somewhere, guys. So stick with me. Remember, it says here, "For we wrestle not against flesh, blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness of this world, against the spiritual wickedness in high places." So keep in mind, guys, that the enemy feeds us a little bit of truth, and then they convoluted with, or let's say spray painted with lies. Okay, so keep in mind. Now I'm over.
Brothers, if they give me a warning, I'm gonna take out the screen out of here.
I got several of these already planned for other classes, but this is one of them that I this all praises to the Most High God. He seems to reveal these things to me. So, anyways, let me start off with this. All right, so this is the 13th warrior. Now, let me bring up this page here because I'm gonna show you these principalities and powers. Right? They know who we are according to the Bible. They know who they are according to the Bible, and it's up to us to find out who is lying and what is truth. Like John 8:32, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Now, this is from the 13th tribe, a book, okay? Page 35. Watch what it says. This is from the 13th tribe. Remember that famous book by where's it at?
Keep in mind that they're always going to give us messages. That's what I'm saying, right? They're going to use media and a bunch of different, you know, I guess you could say, for lack of better words, portals, in order for us to at least get a hint and a glimpse of who they are and who we are. All right, let's keep going. Let's go.
Oh God, I'm moving stuff around, my brothers, so I apologize. Oh, Arthur Koestler, the 13th tribe book. Okay, page 35. Watch what it says. This is the book of Ahmad ibn Fahlan, ibn al-Abbas, ibn Rashid, ibn Hamad, an official in the service of General Muhammad ibn Sulaiman, the ambassador of Caliph al-Muqtadir to the king of the Bulgars, in which he relates what he saw in the lands of the Turks, the Khazars. Okay, remember that name. The Rus, meaning the Russians, the Bulgars and the Baskers, and others that varied kinds of, their varied kinds of religion, the histories of their kings, and their conduct in many walks of life. Okay, so remember, this is from the 13th tribe book. Again, we are dealing with people who have powers. Satan is behind them, and they're giving us clues to show us who they are. Now, I'm going this route because I'm going to prove something. Stick with me, guys. Walk with me.
I am Ahmed ibn Fahlan, ibn al-Abbas, ibn Rashid, ibn Hamad. And things were not always that.
You see that?
I am Ahmed ibn Fahlan, ibn al-Abbas, ibn Rashid, ibn Hamad. And things were not always that. At one time, I was a poet in the greatest city in the world. Life was easy, and I lived without care. Until one fateful day, I met a beautiful woman who belonged to another man. Her jealous husband complained to the Caliph, who made me the ambassador to the land of the Tasublan, a country far to the north. I was banished from my home and from all that I knew. So I journeyed by camelback many months into the lands of barbarian peoples, accompanied by Melchizedek, an old friend of my father, through the lands of the Ogurs, the Hazars, and the Bulgars, into the lands of murderous bandits called Tartars, who attack caravans, slaughtering everyone.
All right. So here you see what I'm doing, okay? So as you can see, this book and that movie is actually talking about a specific, like an actual real individual. Ahmed ibn Fahlan, ibn al-Abbas, ibn Rashid, ibn Hamad, an official to or ambassador of Caliph al-Muqtadir, okay? So obviously with movies, they tend to, make it a little more dramatic, whatnot, right? But anyhow, I want to make sure because look, he's saying that, obviously this guy's an Arab and he's going to these areas, Turks, Khazars, Rus, Bulgars, right? These are the Caucasus Mountains, the so-called Caucasian areas. Look, you see that right here? So you got Khazaria, Guz, Bulgars, right? Byzantine. So he's traveling all of this road where you see the Khazaria in the center. He's traveling through all these lands with all these people. The so-called white man, okay? The so-called white man. This is who he's talking about. That he's who's trying to, put this go and find out about them. Okay? So now, I'm gonna fast forward to a particular part. And then I'm going to read y'all some of the things that they didn't show in this movie. But quite frankly, is disgusting. Okay. So again, walk with me, guys, because I'm going somewhere with this. Okay. Give me a second. Let me find it real quick. Here it goes. Here it goes right here. Watch this. All right. I'm going somewhere with this. So follow me. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me read this real quick. This is from page 91. It says here, watch this. Okay, the following passage on the Rus occurs just before his account of the Khazars quoted earlier on. All right, it says here, the Rus, the Russians, the Caucasians in that area. They are the filthiest creatures of the Lord. In the morning, a servant girl brings a basin full of water to the master of the household. He rinses his face and hair in it, and hair in it, spits and blows his nose into the basin, which the girl then hands on to the next person, who does likewise, until all who are in the house have used this basin to blow their noses, spit and wash their faces and hair in it. Okay? So we read this, and we're thinking, you know, again, it's a lot different when you see this thing. These were dirty people. And you're going to see that these...
Hey, brothers, listen, follow me here, okay? Just follow me here, because what I'm doing, what I always do is compare apples to apples. Always apples to apples. In this channel, like I said before, if you're emotional, you might as well not watch it. Okay? So let me keep going.
These people, the so-called white man, the so-called Caucasian, has this spirit within them. When they talked about filthiness spiritually, it also means the flesh. And remember, I mentioned in another class, in another video, I was going to prove my point today. All right? Again, remember this. These guys are passing around a bowl, blowing their faces. Watch.
Boy is letting them see him. He's in plain sight. They do not know if what they see is real. Something to do with the mist. Apparently, they find dangerous things, spirits in the mist. The boy was being
watch this,
polite, giving them time to decide if he's real. No. Tale religiosus resine nomine.
So now you see that in the same book, they express this particular type of hygiene, I guess. You know how they go about cleaning themselves. Okay, so now I'm going to take y'all to another page. Again, I'm telling you, walk with me here. I'm trying to prove a point. This is from the same book, right? It's called same book, page 38. Okay, watch this real quick. They are nomads and have houses of felt. They stay for a while in one place and then move on. One can see their tents dispersed here and there all over the places according to nomadic customs. All right. Let's see. It says here, although they lead a hard life, they behave like donkeys that have lost their way. They have no religion, which would link them to no God. Let me skip this. Okay, watch this. The sexual mores of the Guz and other tribes were a remarkable mixture of liberalism and savagery. Liberalism, isn't that what they push now when it comes to politics? Isn't this what we see with homosexuality, pedophilia, fornication, abortion, just complete freedom? Listen, I mean, look at this. Their women wear no veils in the presence of their men or strangers, nor do the women cover any parts of their body in the presence of people. One day we stayed at the place of the Guz and were sitting around. His wife was also present. As we conversed, the woman uncovered her private parts and scratched them, and we all saw it. Thereupon we covered our faces and said, "May God forgive me." The husband laughed and said to the interpreter, "Tell them we uncover it in your presence so that you may see and restrain yourself, but it cannot be attained." This is better than when it is covered up and yet attainable. Adultery is alien to them, yet when they discover that someone is an adulterer, they split him in two halves. This they do by bringing together the branches of two trees, yada, yada, yada. So as you can see, the filthiness of these women. And you know what? Nowadays, they're not far off. I'm just speaking truth. If any of you brothers and sisters or brothers were fornicators, you know damn well you know what I'm talking about with this particular nation of people. I'm only keeping it real. If that hurts your feelings, man, oh well. This is from page 9. I'm 39. Okay? Watch what it says. Accustomed to the splendid bath of Baghdad, our traveler cannot get over the dirtiness of the Turks. You see how he's mentioned the Khazars, the Turks, the Gus, the Rus, right? So he's mentioning all kinds. Guys, accustomed to the splendid bath of Baghdad, which are the Ishmaelites, you know what I'm saying? The so-called Arabs. Our traveler could not get over the dirtiness of the Turks. The Gus did not wash themselves after oh gosh, watch this. The Gus do not wash themselves after defecating and urinating, nor do they bathe after seminal pollution or on other occasions. Think about that for a moment. Think about the stank. They refuse to have anything to do with water, particularly in winter. When the Gus commander-in-chief took off his luxurious coat of brocade to don a new coat the mission had brought him, they saw that his underclothes were fraying apart from dirt, for it is their custom never to take off their garment. They wear clothes to their bodies until it disintegrates. Another Turkish tribe, the Baskers, shave their heads and eat their lice. Remember that. Shave their heads and eat their lice. They search for the folds of their undergarments and crack the lice with their teeth. You hear that? I'm picking your hair and I'm eating your lice. Then they say, remarkably, they are delicious. Disgusting. Disgusting. But you know what? Honestly, I mean, let's just be real, man. That's who they are. And I'm going to prove that. I'm going to prove that today as we continue. Let me take this out here. This is from the American Holocaust, okay? Matter of fact, you know what? Let me skip that. Hold on a second. Watch this real quick. I'm going to show y'all so at least we can stay in the same vein and you'll know exactly where I'm going. This is in the past. Remember the Caucasus Mountains, right? These Caucasus tribes, okay? The so-called white man and their ways. You would think, oh, it's just in the 700 AD. No, it continues to this day. Watch this real quick. Said I'm going somewhere.
The truth universally acknowledged that everybody in history pooped.
In ancient times, the Romans built public underground sewer systems, which not only carried waste, but also drinking water.
So it paid to be upstream.
The Romans used large divider-free public restrooms, some with up to 50 toilets. Many people read prayers and protection spells to keep safe from demons, rats biting their bums, and open flames that could flare up with methane pockets.
In the Middle Ages, where you pooped largely depended on your class. Lower class people pooped in chamber pots, aka a jerry, gazunger, a hoe, thunderpot. If you were really poor, a bucket.
In medieval London, it was illegal to empty these out the window. Not that it stopped many people. Most people carried their full chamber pots to a nearby stream and river and emptied them there.
Larger houses had attached latrines which drained into cesspits, which were emptied by men called gong farmers, who would then carry the waste to the streams and rivers. The gong farmers of London would end their shift bathing in the River Thames, which was probably only slightly cleaner than themselves. At least they were well paid.
For the top of the pooping ladder, castles featured rooms called garderobes, which had literally a seat with a hole to the outside cut into it. Poop would drop right into the castle boat. When the tide was low, it would pile up above the water until it was flushed away into the river.
Which was also drinking water.
The word garderobe is French for wardrobe. People would
Remember that, which is
Above the
also
water, these
drinking
folks
water.
flushed away and their clothes in these rooms, as the fleas and moths did not like the smell.
There was a position called the groom of the king's stool, whose job was to wipe the king's bum when he was finished pooping. Naturally, this was a job of honor, and only princes or boys of royalty were allowed to do it.
With all this poop being thrown around, you can imagine the smell literally everywhere. If you can't, think about this. Archaeologists have found medieval poop, and it still stinks to this day. This past year, they even found several 700-year-old barrels unearthed in Denmark in the Werner Square. Boy, do we stink, Brandon.
Finally, in 1596, a man named John Harrington, who was actually an English poet, invented a flushing toilet for Queen Elizabeth I. But it was so loud it scared her from using it. It did, however, become popular to call this new invention after its creator, John.
By the 1850s, over 400,000 tons of sewage were flushed into the River Thames each day.
That's a lot of shit.
Around 150 million tons of poo a year.
Eventually, in the 1880s, a man came along who invented the ball cock.
Remember this, okay? Remember, so-called man. Somebody came along and invented this, supposedly, and I guess deodorant too. And we'll touch about that later.
Other patents, which helped silence the scary flushing toilets, leading to its widespread adoption. His name?
Thomas Crapper. Fun fact, the U.S. Navy has developed...
So you see this, okay? So now let me pull this up real quick here. I'm going to take this off because I want to make sure that there's no confusion. All right, look, watch it. This is from Medieval Hygiene, Practices of Medieval Ages, okay? We all know the medieval ages weren't an enviable time to be alive, but do you really know what people's daily lives were like? Okay, look, watch this. Sewage management. If you were to time travel back to a major medieval city, perhaps the first thing you notice would be the stench, okay? Though a disorienting succession of food and foul odors would not doubt take your attention while walking the streets of any bustling metropolises today, things were a bit funkier back in the Middle Ages. It was basically poop, all right? More specifically, poorly managed poop, all right? So it's just saying this, supposedly, all right? It says here, though Roman London did have a sewer system that emptied into River Thames, its connected streams, it fell into disuse by the medieval period. It wasn't, let's see, multiply the number of days you can medieval folks will cook it to their knees. Watch this. Approximately 100 people produce 50,000 kilograms, 11,000 pounds of human waste every day, approximately the weight of an adult Asian elephant. Multiply that by the number of days in the year, and you can see why medieval folks were quickly up to their knees. Ew. Let's see what else. In 1357, a proclamation was issued forbidding anyone to throw any sort of waste into the Thames, like a river, right? Or any other waterway under the penalty of imprisonment and severe punishment at the discretion of the mayor and aldermen. This was intended to force Londoners to put their waste into the carts and dung boats meant to carry out outside the city, because they used to dump their shit, their defecation, right? Their feces in the river that they drank from. However, the result was that many dumped their waste elsewhere in the city. One such place was the Tower Hill, which was blah, blah, blah. All right. Y'all can find this out too as well. Medieval hygiene, practice of medieval. All right. So let me close this up real quick. Here's another one. Why did some medieval kings and queens only bathe twice in their lifetime? Literally. Surreal. Hygiene in the medieval area. Give me a second. Hey, stop. Some historians argue that people around the world were much cleaner during the Roman era compared to the medieval era. Watch this real quick. Filthy royals. Many royals saw themselves as being above everyone else, being so special that they had this aura around them, which would be vanished if washed. All right. So as you can see, others believed that it was impossible for them to get dirty as they were divine royalty. Watch. One example is Queen Isabella, who admitted to only having bathed twice in her lifetime. The first time was when she was born, which does not really count, in my opinion. And the second time was before her wedding. That's nasty right there. Nasty ass. Oh, man. Watch this guy. This is King Louis XIV, I guess, of France. 1643 to 1715. It's not that long ago, guys. No matter how far we stay from dirt, our bodies still manage to accumulate dirt particles and, more importantly, bacteria. Our bodies are like a sponge for bacteria, and everything we touch, we sweep the dirt off it. This was definitely something that King Louis of France wasn't aware of. He was also an advocate of bathing twice in his lifetime, but once again, did not mean that he did not use alternatives. During the 17th, 18th century, French aristocrats tried to avoid bathing as much as possible. To replace water and soap, they used face powder, natural oils, perfumes to hide all the dirt and smell accumulated. This is why we have perfumes, guys. The French, the Caucasian man and woman created this because they hate showering to this very day. That's why you see actors, Edomite actors saying they don't shower. Not new, guys. Check this out. It says here he would wake up every morning and use half a bottle of perfume, which was enough for the whole castle to smell the presents. Watch this. It is said that the king was so scared of water for some reason. The only time he did bathe was when he was wasted drunk. That would be the moment his servants would force him to bathe, because he stank. Okay, so that's right there. This is also the French, right? The British, you pilgrims. Yeah, you're gonna say, well, if you're a so-called British, you're gonna say, well, those are French. No, you guys are the same nation. When the Mayflower Pilgrims arrived in Plymouth in the 17th century, they didn't smell terrific. According to the Native American accounts, unlike the Wampanoag, these Europeans didn't bathe regularly. A surviving member of the Petuashaw, I believe, nation named Tisquantum or Squanto even tried and failed to convince them to start washing themselves. Wow. Bathing, as you know, and I know, it was very, very uncommon until later in the 18th century. It talks about this guy again. Watch it. The separatist pilgrims and Puritans who followed them may have even thought of submerging their whole body in water was unhealthy. You see this? The so-called white man just hated water, and even to this day, I know they do. All right, so let me go ahead here. Now, this is from mexicolori.co.uk. Aztecs kids, you guys can find this. Watch what it says about them, and I'm going to show something else as well, okay? It says, as the conquistadors approached the Mexica capital of the Aztecs, covered the Spaniards with incense. Watch this. I'm sorry, let me read it again, slow down. As the conquistadors approached the Mexica Aztec capital, the Aztecs covered the Spaniards with incense. I wonder why. The Spaniards took it as an honor, but the Aztecs just couldn't stand the pong. Wow. Many things about the Aztecs amaze the conquistadors, like their super fertile chinampas, or floating gardens, and the size of their great capital city. When in Europe, roads were never swept and people just emptied their chambers pots into the streets, which we read and saw, the Aztecs employed 1,000 cleaners to sweep and water their streets daily, built public loos in every neighborhood, and carried human poo and canoes for use as fertilizer. While London was still drawing its drinking water from the polluted river Thames as late as 1854, the Aztecs supplied their capital with fresh water from the nearby hill of Chapultepec by means of 2 aqueducts. The sacred importance of the water is clear for the Aztecs word for city, Altepetl, which means water mountain in Nahuatl. But probably nothing seemed more weird to the Spaniards than the Aztec attitude to personal hygiene. Simply put, the Aztec being clean was cool. One conquistador reported in a tone of wonder that Moctezuma bathed twice a day. He did, but there was nothing extraordinary about that for an Aztec, since everybody bathed often, and many of them every day in the rivers or pools, which basically I do at least twice a day. They didn't have true soap, but made up for it with the fruit of what the Spanish called soap tree and the sticky root of the soap plant. Both gave a lather rich enough to wash body, hair, and clothes with here's a picture, right? The Mexica also used deodorant, breath freshener, and ash to clean their teeth with in parentheses, Spaniards of the time cleansed theirs with urine. The so-called white man used to brush their teeth with urine. The Aztecs cleaned their bodies and souls with steam baths. An outside fire heated one of the walls via a small tunnel and red hot, and the bather threw water on the hot wall, creating steam. You know what I'm saying? So we see here, right? You see now, this is from, again, from a website. You guys need to check this out. Now I'm going to show you guys something real quick. This is from the, where are you at? American Holocaust, page 4. Where are you? Give me a second, guys. Don't tell me I didn't freaking save it. Give me a second. I know where to go. I know where to go. Hold on, okay? Let me get it real quick, guys. Give me a second. Remember the thought. Remember the thought. This is from American Holocaust, page 4 and 5. Watch this. Impressive as Iztapalapa was, the Spanish were seeking the heart of the great empire, so they pressed on. In addition to the cities that surrounded the Lake of the Moon, other towns were like Tenochtitlan, built on smaller islands within it. As they neared the area that would take them to Tenochtitlan, Bernal wrote, watch this real quick. Let me just write this real quick so I don't forget, okay? Bernard wrote, when we saw so many cities and villages built in the water and other great towns built on dry land, and that straight and level causeway going towards Tenochtitlan, we were amazed and said that it was like the enchantment they tell of it on the legends of Amadis, on an account of the great towers and temples and buildings rising from the water, and all built of masonry. And some of the soldiers even asked whether the things that we saw were not a dream, right? So now finally they're getting through Tenochtitlan. Watch this, okay. About this page 5. About 6,000 pale stucco houses filled the island metropolis, some of them single-story structures, some of them multi-story, and all of these houses had very large and good rooms, and also very pleasant gardens of various sorts of flowers, both in the upper and lower floors. The many streets and boulevards of the city were so neat and well swept, despite its multitude of inhabitants, that the first Europeans to visit never tired of remarking of the city's cleanness and order, something they didn't have. You so-called Hispanic, you so-called Native Indian, are you seeing this? I need you to pay attention, because I'm going somewhere with this. There were even officials in charge of sweeping. Recalled one odd observer. In fact, at least 1,000 public workers were employed to maintain the city streets and kept them clean and watered. Watch the canal, network canals. Tenochtitlan, in this respect, reminded the Spanish of an enormous Venice. But it also had remarkable floating gardens that reminded them of nowhere else on earth, meaning Venice never had floating cities. They took that from us. And while European cities then and for centuries therefore took their drinking water from their fetid and polluted rivers nearby, Tenochtitlan, on the contrary, that's my words, drinking water came from the springs deep within the mainland and was piped into the city by a huge aqueduct system that amazed Cortez and his men, just as they were astonished also by the personal cleanness and hygiene of the colorfully dressed populace and by their extravagant to the Spanish use of soap, deodorants, and breath sweeteners. Right? So then why is a so-called white man saying this? Modern deodorant in 1888, the first modern commercial deodorant was developed and patented by U.S. You damn thief. You damn thief. But this is nothing new about your spirit. Let me go to scripture now, man. I'm going to go to a scripture now because, like I said, this is spiritual war. This is spiritual war. Malachi 1:4. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build desolate places. Impoverished meaning what? They eat their shit. They literally brush their teeth with their own urine. These people were desolate and impoverished. It says, but we will return and build the desolate places. Didn't they do that in the Renaissance, the rebirth of the so-called white man? Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord had indignation forever. So you follow and see what's going on. Give me a second. This is why we have what we have. Okay? So we have a thief who likes to steal things and relabel it and sell it to us and say that he invented it. Look, Aztecs utilize astrology, physic healing, psychic healing, mass massaging, herbology, and many other alternative methods of curing their people. They had the use of over 1,000 herbs. So why are we watching all of these videos, YouTubes, all these so-called white people, all these other nations, Kachava and Mudwater? You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, they're like healers. Y'all don't know nothing about healing. You don't know anything. You don't have the spirit for it. We do. Because the Most High chose us. For you so-called Hispanic and Native Indian, lift up your spirit, brother and sister. Lift up your spirit. You are holy unto the Lord thy God. Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, separate, possessive, meaning he only loves us, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. I know that that's difficult for you Hispanic to accept, or you Native Indian. I know this is difficult to accept because we never got love from our parents. The majority of us really grew up with parents that were completely oppressed, depressed, after slavery of years and years and years of just spiritual oppression. Believe me, it's hard to come back. It's hard to break that ground. So you brothers and sisters, we need to start planting properly, break that ground, break that clod, those rocks beneath the dirt, and start filling your mind of your truth, that you are the Israelites of the Bible. Okay? I know that is hard to believe. I know it's hard to believe. But let me continue. Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and verse 8. And quite frankly, it's difficult to believe because obviously if we're above all other people, then why the hell is this happening? Right? But watch this. Ecclesiastes chapter 5 verse 8. It reads, if thou seest the oppression of the poor and the violent perverting of judgment and justice in the providence, right? Again, if we see the oppression of the poor and violent perverting of judgment and justice in the providence, so as you can see, this is going on right now to you so-called Hispanic and Native Indian. But watch what the scriptures say. Marvel not at the matter, for he that is higher than the highest regardeth, and there be higher than they. Okay? So marvel not at the matter, but I am bringing this up because it's important for our people to know who our enemy is, who you are according to the Bible, and that we have laws to keep in order to change this whole I'd say diagram of oppression. All right? I'm not trying to use fancy words here, but sometimes they come. So now let me go to watch this video here real quick. So now let's get to the nitty-gritty. Give me a second. Take this off, take this off. Take this off. Where you at now, my friend? What the hell is going on? I have a video here. And again, brothers, you know, this is what I'm talking about. It always ends up happening where I have it all prepared, right? And all of a sudden, certain classes or particular videos, they just like disappear from my tab. You know what I'm saying? And it literally like shocks me because, I mean, I understand, but like, man, Esau is hard pressed on making sure I don't push this. Give me a second. Where are you at? Where are you at? And again, I already had it set, but apparently, okay, I got it. Hold on. Here it goes, right here. All right. So again, give me a second. Let me get this out the way. Give me a second out the way.
Everything we know.
Okay, so now I'm gonna show y'all something, a video. Again, I told y'all, man, walk with me. I'm going somewhere. This is the dark history of gasoline bath at the border. Okay, I'm gonna stop and go. So just walk with me, guys. Let's continue with the class. I got everything set. All right, here we go.
About Carmelita Torres is from a few newspaper accounts in 1917. They called her an auburn-haired Amazon.
Now the question real quick, but why do they call her an auburn hair Amazon? And I looked it up. Actually. Okay. And here's why. Here's why they called her an auburn hair Amazon, right? So remember, first of all, I want to point this out. Euphemisms. So the so-called white man or the enemy loves this. The substitution of an agreeable or inoffensive expression for one that may offend or suggest something unpleasant. So the Auburn, Amazon, right? Auburn Amazon. But what exactly does that mean? Like, why Amazon? Well, watch this. Watch this real quick here. It says the definition of these slang words appear below the list. Amazon, ass kisser, attention whore, bad seed, Bammy, bastard, Becky. You see this? Amazon has bitch, blabbermouth, bloatware. What else? Brown noser. So there is a connotation, or this is a euphemism for a direct offense, literally. Okay, so I want to make sure that you guys understand this, because let's not forget this point. Okay, so let me go ahead and continue.
Just 17 years old, she led angry women in anti-American rioting and shut down the U.S.-Mexico border. But hidden within her story is something much bigger than a single riot. It's a story about American paranoia at the border, about a toxic campaign of disinfection and discrimination, and a U.S. practice that would go on to inspire Nazi scientists.
So now we're starting to see where your enemy, you Hispanic and Native Indian, they're using eugenics, because technically when it comes to anti-abortion laws, things of that nature, or gasoline baths, it all comes from eugenics. Okay. So for all you Hispanics and Native Indians who want to close your eyes and think that the so-called white man is your friend, he's not. He's proven to us since 1492, since we have records, it will never, ever, ever change.
Keep in mind that assimilation is also part of eugenics, all right? Keep that in mind as well. Don't forget.
Border between El Paso, Texas and Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. Thousands of people cross back and forth for work and school every day. They line up in Juarez and often wait for hours to get through the U.S. checkpoint. But the border didn't always look like this.
Crossing this border used to be free and unrestricted. People would come and go without a passport. But after 1917, Juarez and El Paso became two separate communities.
Right? After that, right? And what does that remind me of? Watch this, guys. The Bible is our book. It's prophetic, and it tells us exactly what was going to happen to who and when. Okay? It says here, Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 33. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. Were these lands not our lands?
to be free and unrestricted.
Line up in Juarez and often wait for hours to get through the U.S. checkpoint. But the border didn't always look like this.
The border, right? But in reality, wasn't this our territory? What weren't these lands that the Most High gave to us because he allowed it to happen when we came back in 538, 535 BC? The Most High gave us these lands in order for us to what? Have pleasure in. But because we didn't keep the commandments, watch this. It says here, the fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall the nation which thou knowest not eat up. So our brothers and sisters come over here to a land that belonged to us, and all the labor, what ends up happening to it? You get a penny, a peso a day. The land is no longer yours. And it says here, a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt only be oppressed and crushed always. Is this not happening to our people?
The Mexican Revolution was ongoing, and the U.S. was about to enter World War I.
All of a sudden, you have the war hysteria created by World War I. People here in El Paso that are deadly afraid that the Germans are going to attack from Ciudad Juarez.
The fear of invasion brought tensions to the border, while across the U.S., a different movement was gaining strength. The eugenics movement, based on junk science, aimed to create a genetically and morally superior population.
I remember that, okay? So did you see what these guys did? Remember this. I told you that it's regarding eugenics. It all comes from it. Watch what it says here. This is from Out of the Shadows, page 28. This is just to prove a point here real quick, guys. Let's see, from Out of the Shadows, page 28. Where are you? Oh, man, you did it again. Oh, great. You did it again, huh? Give me a second. Watch this real quick, guys. This is from again, excuse me, from Out of the Shadows, page 28, okay? Watch what it says here. A Mexican expert from Vanderbilt University, a Mexican expert, like as if we're cattle or animals, right? Dr. Roy something testifies before a U.S. Congressional Committee. He reiterated the views of the Euro-American Westerners, a man who claimed that Mexican women were instinctively prone to adultery. Relying on this questionable third-party testimony, Garris recapitulated the tired, trite, and grotesque 19th century gender racialized stereotypes for a modern audience. A portion follows. Their minds run to nothing higher than animal function, eat, sleep, and sexual debauchery, meaning whorishness. In every huddle of Mexican shacks, one meets the same idleness. Filthy children with face plastered with flies, disease, lice, pathetic peons, and lazy squaws. Look what they said. The Mexican invasion, the other Mexicans, the aliens on relief, the docile Mexicans, the illiterate, disease pauperized, relying on the mixed metaphors as well as the opinions of scientists who dabbed in eugenics. It says here, Kenneth Roberts refers to Mexicans as both white elephants and as people who bring countless number of American citizens into the world with reckless prodigality. I apologize. Can't read it right now. Rabbits. Isn't this what Trump said? The so-called Mexicans, they're rapists, murderers, right? Drug dealers, and maybe some are good people. He believes in this too, right? This is their mentality. This is who they are.
Let's watch that. Give me a second. I'm gonna get it right now. Give me a second.
That meant stricter controls on immigration, only allowing those deemed fit to enter.
Only allowing those deemed fit to enter. Watch what these guys say about our people, okay? Remember, this is I'm going over several examples. Let's see here. This is from Human Sterilization by Owens Adair, okay? Adair or something like that. This is page 44 and 45. The other page is 44. Let me read 40.
Real quick, I just want to let y'all know if I lose this feed, I'm gonna come right back to it. All right, give me a second. Let me see if I can play the other one.
When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us, at our stupidity. And now they're beating us economically. They are not our friend, believe me. But they're killing us economically. The U.S. has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems. Thank you. It's true. And these are the best and the finest. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people.
I love the Mexican people in their spirit. But the country of Mexico is killing us. I want to build a wall. I'm going to build a wall.
I want to build the wall. We need the wall. And Mexico will pay for the wall. But we have some bad hombres here, and we're going to get them out.
Shalom, Israel. Shalom.
17.
To death in the fire that the newspapers call.
In the secret places doth he murder the innocent. Genital sterilization in the United States. Feeble-minded persons. This is their mentality. This is who they are.
That meant stricter controls on immigration, only allowing those deemed fit to enter.
Only allowing those deemed fit to enter. Watch what these guys say about our people. Okay, remember this is I'm going over several examples. Let's see here. This is from Human Sterilization by Owens Adair. Okay, Adair or something like that. This is page 44 and 45. The other page is 44. Let me read 44. Watch what it says here. We performed an operation on 16 boys and 4 girls in the spring of 1921. There have been no change in either boys or girls in any way. The only benefit so far as I can see is that it makes them sterile. There are more than 400,000 feeble-minded persons in the United States. Okay? Let me skip this real quick. It says here, when they marry, they're much more prolific than others, being victims of designing men, blah, blah, blah. Watch what it says here. There are estimated to be 2,400 feeble-minded persons in South Dakota. Remember, they don't really say race in these books because they obviously, but they do here. They kind of give us a hint. About 4 in every 1,000, or approximately 1 in every 250 of our people. Okay? So out of these thousands of people, the very few are their people, meaning that the feeble-minded are our people. You may not speak English well, you may not go to school, and they may test you, and that will be enough for them to say you're stupid. They've literally done that. This is page 45. It says here, I guess they produce criminals. Their proactive instincts are abnormal and uncontrolled, and some of them become actually insane and dangerous. Watch this real quick. This is from Eugenical Sterilization, page. Well, it's not page. It's Let me see. Maybe I'll put this one up first. Oh, yeah. Watch this real quick. All right. The courts have, remember, this is from Eugenical Sterilization in the United States by Harry Laughlin. This is page 6 of one of the prefaces, I guess. The courts have special functions to perform in the suppression of crime. The first of these are to enforce the laws impartially and justly. All right. So it says here, let me kind of get around here. Municipal court to make public such incidental information as a relationship between degeneracy and crime and the relationships to heredity. This is what.
My bad, fam. I just I have a daughter that's got a still an ear infection, so I had to attend to that. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. We was uncivilized though. Let's see. East side. He also threw paper towel. Yeah, man. I know. I remember that. Like basketballs, bro. Sorry, I'm in the late train here. I just kind of cut in. I wanted to read, and then I'll let it play. Estudiante, they themselves call us their enemies. Ecclesiastes 12:10, never trust thine enemy, for like iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Now, think about that iron when it rusts, right? So technically, you know, iron rusts with water. Well, guess who is rusting with water when they're trying to use the word? They are. So we see their rust, right? We see their rust. Never. That's what I'm telling you, man. If y'all keep the laws, you start discerning the scriptures and you start discerning them for what they are. They are technically the Lord's sword. And it says here that iron does rust. So once you understand that so does iron rust, so will their wickedness. Meaning that it may look good on the outside, man, but in the inside, real, because if it's not gold tried in fire, that will always show their wickedness. All right, let's continue. And by the way, the initial class started at 3:00 in the morning, and what I was sharing was how they were talking to us like this. So then now I'm showing how, well, technically, y'all are eating poop. You guys were. Maybe you guys still are. I don't know, man. You know what I mean? The spirit don't change. Anyhow, let's go.
When they started keeping track of like all our so-called crimes as race, right? Through the reports of its psychopathetic laboratory. Watch this. The first of the protection of society from an individual offender. Second, excuse me. Let me read it again. First, the protection of society from the individual offender. Second, the protection of the individual from himself. And third, the restriction of propagation of the defective type due to heredity. The alternative to segregation is to continue to do what we have been doing. That is, watch this, guys. Incarcerate the offender for a time, more or less brief. Then permit him freedom to repeat his offense and to propagate this kind. Segregation is necessary, even though sterilization were invoked. Sterilization protects future generations, while segregation safeguards the present as well. You hear that, guys? You hear that? I hope I'm making sense to this. Let me go to Psalms chapter 10, verse 8.
I thought I was going to go to Psalm 64. As you can see, this is from like months past, all right? Remember, this channel, we started it back in May, and the first few classes were in June. This is like the third one. You can tell. No, the initial one was like the third one. This one, I don't remember. Psalm 64 and verse 5. Y'all know it. Let me show you guys real quick. Oh, and by the way, after COVID, man, my cough just didn't seem to go away, man. And it was really bad, fam. So I'm still kind of dealing with it, not as bad. But yeah, COVID did some, you know what I mean? Anyhow. Psalms 64, verse 5, it says, they encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares privately. They shall say, who shall see them? Right? And then we read right there where it says here, the alternative to segregation is to continue what we have been doing. That is, incarcerate the offender for a time, more or less brief, and then permit him freedom to repeat his offense, laying snares privately, and to propagate his kind, meaning to promote what he does. That's how you go with the whole, you know what I mean? The animals, the song, the Vatos Locos, forever. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where the influence came. At first, it was family, and then it became this. They use our spirit against us. You see, we're a fighting spirit, fam. Give me a second. We're a fighting spirit. So a fighting spirit, if you study it wisely, you'll know how to subjugate and segregate it.
chapter 10, verse 8. Psalm chapter 10, verse 8, and it reads, He sitteth in the lurking places of the villages. In the secret places doth he murder the innocent. His eyes are privily set against the... Because look at what they're saying in secret. They're literally saying these things in secret, right? Using euphemisms, making it seem as if it's for proper justice. You know what I'm saying? But
let me get another scripture for you guys, because you know what? That's a very important point. Let's go to Sirach chapter 12, verse 11. Watch this. Give me a second. Let me see. Why did it close on me? All right, give me a second. All right. All right, hold on a second here. Sirach chapter 12, verse 11. I'll just read it while it's opening up. Follow me, guys. It says, though he humbled himself and go crouching, as you know, just like this. The alternative to segregation is to continue to do what we have been doing. That is, incarcerate the offender for a time, more or less brief. Then permit him freedom, though he humble himself and go crouching, right? To repeat his offense and to propagate his kind. To propagate his kind? What does propagate mean? The word propagate means, listen, guys, I'm going to keep repeating it. I have what's called a Webster's Dictionary 1828 app. Okay? I would highly suggest to get it. Propagate. I wish I could actually show it on the screen. I'm going to try to make it work to where it could actually work that way too, okay? It says here, to continue or multiply the kind by generation or successive production. You see that? The alternative to segregation is to continue to do what he has been doing. That is, incarcerate the offender for a time, more or less brief, then permit him freedom to repeat his offense and to propagate his kind, meaning what? Multiply that particular type of mindset in order for them or for our people to go to jail. It's like, you know, pretty much when you're starting to join gangs, you let them in a little bit, and then you go and propagate and say, hey, listen, man, I'm going to jump you in, bro, because we need some help.
In reality, it's not.
On Ellis Island, one of the busiest ports of entry at the time, U.S. health officials were tasked with weeding out immigrants they thought were unfit or disease carriers. And across the country, that process coincided with the stereotyping of Mexicans as inferior and unclean. Dozens of film titles included the word greaser, a derogatory term used to describe Mexicans. This racist sentiment was strong at the U.S.-Mexico border. El Paso.
You hear that? You hear this? This is also biblical. Greasers, what? They're making movies about us, they're laughing, making jokes about us. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 37. And thou shalt become in astonishment. Were we not in astonishment? Did they not make movies on us? Here, I'm gonna put it right here next to it.
Hey, wasn't that West Side Story? Didn't they use the word greaser? I remember. I don't even know if they said spick, to be honest. But I think they did, man. They did a new one about the West Side Story, you know, like so-called Puerto Ricans and then so-called Italians, but you know, they're white folks. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was an interesting. My wife got me to watch it, man. You know what I mean? No, I'm kidding. Of course, my wife got me to watch it. And it was kind of like one of those musical type. I think it's a musical, if I'm not mistaken. So, from what I recall. Anyhow, very similar. Very similar. All right, let's go.
Those men included the word greaser, a derogatory term of entry at the time. U.S. health officials were tasked with weeding out immigrants they thought were unfit or disease carriers. And across the country, that process...
Disease carriers, unfit. Remember, this is towards our people.
Coincided with the stereotyping of Mexicans as inferior and unclean.
Inferior and unclean. They're making movies on us about what?
Dozens of film titles included the word greaser, a derogatory.
And they made a movie on us about greasers. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb and a byword. Among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee. When you see greaser, when you say beaner, when you say wetbag, obviously you consider a so-called Mexican, a so-called Hispanic. Shoot, they call everybody Mexicans now.
And think about the destruction that those words create in your mind, in your children, in your self-esteem, and everything that you are involved in the way that you approach your schooling. Some of us can overcome those things as we get older, but when we're teenagers, we react to those things in a negative manner, which means we don't see positive results. We just become a proverb, a byword, and then we become an astonishment among everybody around us. Can they say, what is wrong with these people, man? What the hell? Damn spics, bro. Damn beaners, man. Y'all don't get it, dude. Like, we're like, you guys are lucky we came over here, bro. We civilized you guys, man. Isn't that what they say? Manifest destiny. That's exactly what it means, fam. Manifest destiny. You become an astonishment. Now, we look at these words and then we become those things, right? But what does that thing make us become? Don't just walk over the words, fam. If I call you a beaner, what does that bring to your table? If you can't do nothing about that, who are you going to take it out on, man? You're going to take it out on the person that you love the most, the closest, more likely. If you become a byword, like illegal immigrants or spics, and some, I suppose, are good people, right? Oh, let me throw a paper towel at you because you're drowning. What does that mean to the spirit of a person that wants to simply work hella hard, take care of their family, love their wife, love their children? Because a lot of us are like that, fam. That is a Hebrew trait. Men of the tent means men that stay with the scriptures and raise their fam and examine themselves daily in order to be better men, better husbands, better fathers, better friends, better employees, better servants of the Most High more than anything, better servants towards each other. Again, it goes back to this whole salvation and repentance. Your repentance equals mine. Unfortunately, fam, your asses are tied to my hip. Let's go.
You know what I'm saying? This is exactly who they've been and have always been.
Derogatory term used to describe Mexicans. This racist sentiment was strong at the U.S.-Mexico border. El Paso's mayor, Tom Lee, had developed an obsession with cleanliness, and it defined his political platform.
This obsession with not only racial purity, but physical purity. He was going to literally clean up El Paso from all these bad elements. And by bad elements, he often meant racially bad elements.
One of Mayor Lee's biggest fears was a disease called typhus, spread by lice. So, under the pretense of sanitary betterment work.
Hey, guys, remember in the earlier videos, guys, remember what they dealt with, right? Matter of fact, I don't even know if you guys saw it, or I might have seen it in another video or another page where their actual wigs, they used to shave their heads. They're Europeans, right? The Caucasians would shave their heads, wear those wigs, and those wigs were infested with lice. Remember the book I showed you? They used to pick their hair and eat their lice as well. But yet now, remember, they're the dirtiest of all the nations. You could see it, right? But now they're saying that we are the dirtiest of all the nations. They're making laws, making it seem like we are disease, not carry disease, that we are the disease.
He helped lead a campaign to inspect every house in a predominantly Mexican neighborhood. If the inspectors found lice, occupants were forced to take vinegar and kerosene baths, have their heads shaved, and clothing burned. Hundreds of homes were eventually destroyed. Lee also expanded the supposed health measures to include inmates in the El Paso jail.
They had to strip naked, take a bath inside a tub full of kerosene, and on one occasion, it seems somebody lit a match.
It wasn't somebody. It was planned, and you know who it was.
Hey, fam, let me ask you guys a question, and it's kind of rhetorical. I mean, not necessarily. You guys can respond. I don't know. You guys can put a scripture. I noticed that there's a consistent, the last maybe 5 minutes or 10, I've seen a consistent 5, right? And then every now and then another person pops up and then they leave. Now, some people don't like strong messages. Some people and a lot of our gente are used to, mis hermanos, aquí estamos para servirlos, mis hermanos. That we're used to that. Okay? This isn't the channel for that. We're here, we build men. I don't have time for a man that's going to talk to me like that, fam. It's going to say, mis pobrecitos hermanitos, ¿cómo los puedo abrazar y ayudar? Please, get out of here, man. I need a leader that's going to tell me, yo, you effing up here, you're messing up here, you're messing up here. I need you to correct yourself here and here because this is how the Messiah moved and how he showed us and how the other prophets moved as well. Just like Paul corrected himself the moment he realized he messed up. He didn't hesitate. Let me give you guys a scripture real quick. All of this is like Romans 15:4, right? Whatever was written aforetime was written for our learning, that through patience and comfort of the scriptures we might have hope. I think I chopped it up, my bad. But look at what this says. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 16. Now we walk over these things, men and women, but we need to focus on the words. It says, in that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, not to walk in a way, to walk in the laws, to walk in his way. So how does the Most High walk? How did he teach his son to walk? How has he taught his prophets to walk? Great leaders that we've had, great examples, how have they walked in his ways? We have raised the bar in regards to the standard of your mentality. The way that you conduct yourself, man, is how you reflect the way the Most High walks. Because he said, through my wisdom, you get understanding. Through my wisdom and understanding, the other nations are going to see you like, man, what a great people they are. Look at them, man. They're so great that even the Most High, like, created a lot just for them, for himself. So when we walk in his ways, we have standards, man. We have standards in how we walk in his ways. We don't take that lightly. And to keep his commandments, because he walked in his own ways, he disciplined himself. The Most High, we're talking about the Most High. And his statutes and his judgments, to use them to walk in his ways, so that thou mayest live. And then get what else? And multiply, fam. You see how we're a nation of family? We're a nation of great men that is supposed to build families, that are supposed to raise freaking great children. Now, are they all going to be great? No, the scriptures say not all of them. But hey, it is what it is, man. Not every tree bears good fruit. It is what it is. But our job is to walk in the way of the Most High. And if the way of the Most High was to create this world and created the world for us, then guess what you're supposed to act like, man? Raise your head up. Hold it high. Look straight ahead and know damn well that this world was made for you. And never look down upon anything ever again, especially, well, first of all, with your own siblings. Never look down on your own gente ever again. We're the same, family. We're the same. You may know more, you may make more, you may not suffer as much, but you ain't better than the little brother or sister that's at the border right now trying to sell some chiclets because he can't afford to live and it's dirty. Y'all can't look down on our gente like that, no matter who it is, whether they're Nicaragüense or Boliviano or all the way down south from Chile or Peru, whatever they may be, they're struggling through. We cannot look at each other like that no more. You ain't better than the other arm. We're all members of one body. Now, I'm going to tell you this. When you walk straight in the way of the Most High, then you don't let no other nation look down upon you. Keep your head high because this world was made for you. Now, how do we conduct ourselves around them? We're wise because we're supposed to make peace with all men. Why? Because we're the light of the world. Why the hell are we supposed to act and yell and scream at everybody like these converts? Like, hey, you're going to be my slave. If you're going to be my slave, why do I got to tell you? If you're going to be, you're going to be. You know what I'm saying? It's like this, bro. I boxed for a long time, right? If I know I'm going to whoop your butt, I'm going to whoop your butt, no matter what you think. It is what it is. You may assume otherwise. I'm not going to have to tell you. I'm just going to do it. You see what I'm saying? There's talk and there's action. There's knowledge and there's wisdom. Y'all got to walk in wisdom, family. I'm telling you, man, we build men in this channel because guess what? Y'all are the Israelites of the Bible, and no one can take that from you. Just like how we've been paying with our own behind to earn this particular type of opportunity to make it, guess what? Walk in the Most High's way. That means raise the bar.
27 prisoners, majority Mexican or Mexican American, burned to death in the fire that the newspapers called the jail Holocaust.
By the way, you so-called Hispanic, okay, and Native Indian, how many of our people have to die in a mass amount for y'all to wake the hell up? We've seen it here consistently in the 20s, in the 40s, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, recently. Well, you guys must have forgot. In the 80s, 21 or 25 of our brothers and sisters were shot in San Isidro. Some so-called white man went in there and shot them because they were Hispanics trying to cross the border. Y'all didn't know that, right? This has been going on to our people for so long. They call this the jail Holocaust. Okay? Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 36. Y'all need to start waking the hell up, man. Stop playing games. Stop playing games with these people. If you guys really love God, Yahweh, our Lord, our Father, then you damn well better start keeping the commandments. Or you're going to be the 2/3. Because I'm sick and tired of our people getting destroyed by the enemy, while you guys who don't do nothing about it or criticize it, sit back and just, it seems like you enjoy the death of our people. Nehemiah 9:36, behold, we are servants this day, and for the land that thou gave us unto our father to eat the fruit thereof, and the good thereof, behold, we are servants in it. Is this not true? All of a sudden, they create what? Gas line baths because we need what? Because we're servants to them. We need jobs. We need money. Our people. And it yielded much increase unto the kings whom thou hast set over us because our sins. You so-called Hispanic and Native Indian, you're still in your damn freaking sin while your people are dying. You're still fornicating, having adultery, not taking care of your children, like literally having multiple women, thinking it's a game, worshiping white Jesus, not keeping the laws of God. You think this is a game. You think God doesn't see you. He's watching everything. That's why there's books of remembrance and the book of the law. Verse 37, and it yielded much increase unto the kings whom thou hast set over us because our sins. Also, they have dominion over our bodies. Are they not fumigating our brothers and sisters? And over our cattle at their pleasure. And we are in great distress. You so-called Hispanic and Native Indian, I love you, brothers and sisters, but you got to wake the hell up. Our people are dying.
But despite the tragic fire, Merrily pushed forward with even more aggressive plans.
Is this not like what happens to our people? Let me remind you of exactly what happened, okay? Give me a second here. Where is it at? Let me close these real quick. Boom. Hold on. Let me close this. I don't need this. Let me see. Okay. Watch this. Here it goes right here. All right. So let's not forget, Remember, the video goes by pretty quick, but this is exactly what happens. All right. Carmelita Torres in the 1917 Bath riot. All right. I want to make sure that you guys pay attention. Now, let me tell y'all something about this, okay? This sister of ours did this way before Rosa Parks. And I don't see no camp, so-called big cams, so-called say they love.
Hey, estudiante, if you are still there, brother, I don't know if you are, man. I think you still are. Maybe you're not. Let me know if you're still there. No, you're not there. Okay. Try this line because the other line that I use, it's for some reason it's not giving me access right now. If you can, man, you can text me on. Okay, cool. Text me on that one. That one does work on text. So go ahead and just shoot me a text, and I'll respond to you as soon as possible. All right, just giving you a heads up. Let me continue.
The Northern Kingdom. Y'all never teach us anything like this. Suspect. That's what I say. Carmelita Torres in the 1917 Bath riots. The date was January 28, 1917. At the time was approximately 7:30 in the morning. It was a typical day for Carmelita Torres, a 17-year-old Mexican maid who cleaned houses in El Paso. Let me just kind of summarize. She was using the trolley to cross over the Mexican border in the Santa Fe Bridge, as she did every morning. This day, however, when a U.S. custom official boarded the electric streetcar and asked her to get off, the young Mexican maid refused. Carmelita had enough. She was tired of submitting herself to the humiliation of the lousing process that had become part of her daily routine to enter the U.S. Daily routine. Watch this.
This is the where they get the Boule created Rosa Parks out of this. So Rosa Parks was a fake story, all propagandized in order for us to find sympathy or empathy for the so-called black man and the black woman. I'm sorry to throw it in your face, Mr. Black Man and Mr. Black Woman, but you guys have done that through the elites. The black elitists have done that. Carmelita Torres is never talked about, never mentioned. What One West Camp has ever given us any even closely remote to this information as we are providing in this channel? It ain't about me. It's about the Most High providing this to us in this channel. Because this information doesn't come only through me. Other people have given me information as well. Carmelita Torres was the original Rosa Parks. So all you fake funks like, oh my God, how come nobody says nothing about her? Oh, why? Because she's Mexican and she ain't black. That's right. It's not Kylie Irving or Paprika. It's not convenient enough. It's not a talk. It's not a media. It's not a media thing. She ain't black enough. Let's go, man.
Transferred to the U.S., okay? At the time, all Mexicans entering the United States, all Mexicans entering the United States, not just some of y'all, all of y'all, entering the United States across the southern border were subject to this every day. Men and women every day were separated into different buildings at the inspection station every day. Any children present would accompany the woman every day. In these buildings, the custom official had the Mexicans take off all their clothes and remove all their valuables. This was every day. You had to cross the border in the morning to go to work. Remember, guys, you want to go to work. You're tired. You're raising a family. You're having hardship.
Yeah, the same thing happened to him. Let me get it real quick. No, it's a good point, bro. Let me see. This right here. I think he was ill.
식료품 비용 때문에 압박감을 느끼고 계십니까? 식료품 비용을 지원해드리는 캘리포니아 프로그램인 캘프레시를 신청하시.
What was that about? Well, maybe it's a foreign thing. Maybe they won't block me because of that.
Good morning, Alameda Police, Delta Cruz.
Hi, my name's. There's a man
in my front yard kind of talking to himself, and no mask. And I went out there, and the dogs are barking at him, and he's talking to us, but he's not making any sense.
Okay, what's the address?
And I don't know what to do. It's
And what's your phone number?
It's
And what does he look like? Is he white, black, Hispanic, Asian?
I think he's Hispanic. He's got like dark hair down to his shoulders. He's wearing like a ski cap. Looks like a
What color?
A brown furry. It's black.
Black cap.
Yeah, and he's
What
wearing
color
like
pants?
It's like a brown hoodie with the arms cut off, and he's got like a.
Alright, yes.
Alright. Okay, what's...
It's just that I think I've been staying here for the longest.
Really? I don't think we've met before.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay.
Yep. So, you know, it's probably like like I don't know what's going on.
Are you feeling okay or what?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Like, alright, like, something happened over there.
At where?
Okay, so
Something happened where?
I'm sure that there's something going on around and everything, like walking around like crazy. You know, today's my something happened.
Something happened today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I haven't gotten a house yet. Okay, can you do me one favor?
Just keep your hands out of your pockets.
Oh, you keep your hands out of your pockets.
What's this?
Mario, right?
Was it Mario?
No. Hey, do me a favor. We're gonna stand over here, okay? There's something here. Hey, come over here. Come over here. We don't want you to fall down, okay? Yeah. All right. Yep, they're getting wet.
We're just gonna put your hands behind
I
your
got it.
What? You got what?
No, wait. Wait, what the heck?
Hey, Mario, walk with me, okay?
Well, it's not that.
Okay, walk with me. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, I didn't start.
We're okay, okay? Yeah. Yep. Okay, got it. Alright. 31, 110. We'll still take it on there.
Hey, Mario. We need you to stop. Use your feet, okay?
Mario. Hey, Mario. What's your birthday?
No!
Please don't do what?
I don't want
Please don't hit me. I'm sorry.
Hey, Mario, just talk to me, okay?
Yeah.
What's your birthday, Mario? It's okay. I forgive you. It's all right. 1984? What?
Wake up! Wake up! Hey.
I can't.
You got a pulse?
No.
Okay. Okay.
He's still holding his head up.
No pulse. I'm gonna start CDR.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Go.
We need to see more, fam. Did anybody say anything about this brother? IUIC, GMS, ISUPK. Huh? You that say we're the same people? Hidden ones, that's right, man. You're going to sit here and tell me that Paprika, Kylie Irving is going to then determine who the hell the Hebrews are? Man, get out of here with that crap. The true Hebrews have woken up. The converts have woken us up. And I appreciate the converts for what they've done. They've basically pissed off the spirit. And the Most High has finally had enough. This right here, you don't see nobody make a damn statement about it. Was this man on drugs? No, he was mentally ill. He's like, yo, what are you guys doing? Didn't they literally put, you could see the force that they had on him. They were making fun of him. That's murder right here. What about the other dude? Why? He's on drugs. The guy was on drugs. Yeah, teaching us how to warfare. That's right, brother. The other guy was on drugs. And then all of a sudden, there's like a confusion about who they arrested. The cop doesn't look like the original cop. It's another guy that looks like him. Then they go to court. They go to court. Did this guy go to court? Then these guys go to jail? Since 1492, we have been going through this. And it took the white man and the black man to come here. So you so-called black African Americans that are not our people, you're hiding from this crap right here. You're making it seem like you're not part of this. Well, guess what? By you publicizing media in how you make it seem, you're a part of this. Because as you're boasting about your pain, you're hiding our pain like it's insignificant. Well, guess what, family? This Friday, I have a class coming up, which is going to blow your minds up, blow your minds. All praises to a brother from another camp that I'm not associated with, but I happen to run into his video. He provided the actual source, and I actually am waiting for the source to get here on Friday. I'm going to do the class. If it gets here Thursday, I'll do the class Thursday, if not Friday. And it's going to show that these heathens, Cayenne Paprika, Irving, and then Dave Chappelle, IUIC, all of them that were involved was already planned since 2018. Since 2018. You can't come over here and tell me, bro. You can't come over here and try to tell me that we're the same people. You can't come over here and try to tell me that we suffer the same thing. Here, I got this for you, okay? Listen to this, fam. This is me and my humor. I know my humor is probably cold, but I don't care.
Estimado Dalai Lama, haga usted el favor de irse mucho a la chingada. Usted no.
Because that's exactly how I feel, fam. This is what they've done to our gente for too long. Look. They're still trying.
I'm not going to do it again. I don't want to lose what I got.
Look. They're showing again what happened. He's yelling and screaming for his life.
And you still got to go through this? Clothes and other articles were steamed, and those items which had been damaged by the steam were exposed to the type of cyanide gas. The officers conducting these strip searches then examined the nude person for lice every day. If they found any lice on men, all their hair was cut off and clippings were burned. If any lice were found on women, the women's hair was doused with mixture of kerosene and vinegar and then wrapped in a towel. Infected women then had to wait 30 minutes until the custom officials could conduct a secondary inspection. You know how long you have to wait for in the border right now just to cross without having to go through this?
Doesn't stop, fam. Listen, yeah, Rita, it's horrible because, you know, I have a son that's autistic, okay? And a couple of times he kind of got away from us, walking on his own. Luckily, I had reported him to the cops a long time ago that I have a son who's autistic. He tends to walk away sometimes, like the beach when we're there. Here's his address. Here's what he looks like. Please don't mess with him. Right? So we've had cops that had helped us because we were at the beach one time and he like literally left. You know what I'm saying? He came home. seeing how they took advantage of him. The guy was standing there like, yeah, man, I hear stuff. You know, I hear things. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm seeing people. I remember someone breaking down that the neck incident that was publicized, knee on the neck, that they was part of the Freemason. Yeah, bro, it was all publicized by the Boule, brother. It's and I've done classes on the Boule, which was what I was gonna actually play that today. I'll do it next week. I'm gonna do reruns every week because I'm trying not to do as many live classes because I want to focus and put real effort on real sincere, spiritual classes for you families. You know what I'm saying? So every day it may just be like too much. Anyways, it doesn't interject with my work or my family. You know what I mean? So I'm balancing it out pretty good. But I think that's important. And on that rerun, I wanted to actually show how the Boule is so involved in a lot of different things from, let's say, the Kaepernick situation to the what was the other incident? What was the other incident? The Kaepernick situation. There was another incident. I can't recall. But anyhow, fam. When it comes to this right here, you know what I mean? The guy was sick. He was ill, mentally ill. He was taken advantage of and murdered, and you didn't hear a peep about him. Nobody gave a shit.
Hours of going through this every day. So if you had to work at 7 in the morning, you know what time you had to get up and get in the line by 4 o'clock in the morning every day. You so-called Hispanic and Native Indian, this is your Bible. Wake the hell up. Their naked bodies were sprayed with liquid made of combination of soap and gasoline. Oh my, I'm sorry. Let's see. If any lice were found after that, the process were repeated. Once the people passed the lice inspection, their naked bodies were sprayed with the liquid made of combination of soap and gasoline. After gathering their belongings and dressing, the Mexicans were vaccinated and given a certificate stating that they had to complete the procedure. 1 week. This is what's worse. Rumors circulated among female border crossers that female border crossers, look how offensive that is, that stripped down women were being secretly photographed by U.S. custom officials, and those naked photos were being sold and shared in El Paso bars and cantinas across the border in Ciudad Juarez. You so-called white man, you are going to pay for all you've done. Thus saith the Lord. Revelation 13:10, and trust me, I'm going to love seeing that. I'm going to love it. Love it. But keep in mind, guys, the reason I read this to you guys is because this is what goes on in our lives, right? And it's never brought to our attention. Never. We always hear about the so-called black man getting stabbed, getting shot, getting killed by police. Yeah, you have, riots and people walking and marching, right? But you so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, you know that happens to us too. And nobody gets a damn rat about what goes on. Look at this. The unarmed Latino killed by police in 2015. I copied and pasted the page so you guys can see it, by Max Marin, 2015. There have been at least 714 people killed by police in the United States. This is in 2015. But watch this. Jose Ramon Rodriguez, shot. Possibly unarmed. Jose Ramon Rodriguez. Unarmed, mentally ill. Adrián Cimental. Nothing happened to him. Ruda Baca, unarmed. Alfredo Reyes Torres, unarmed. Hector Morejon, unarmed. Roberto Leon, unarmed, 22. Antonio Perez, 32, unarmed. Sergio Alexander Navas, 36, unarmed. Ernesto, 27, unarmed. Ruben, 31, unarmed. Richard Carlin, unarmed. Antonio Montez, unarmed, possibly mentally ill. I have an autistic son. I can't imagine these bastards shooting him because apparently he's not paying attention to their instructions. It says you're shot and killed by police in Pasco, Washington. It shows the actual video. I'm not going to show it because of time. Y'all can check it out, okay? Remember that right there. It's right there. Joaquin, when you see the video, look at it again. Joaquin Hernandez, 28, unarmed. Now, I'm not saying all these are angels. I'm sure all of them were not. But hey, man, come on. This is too many. Jesse, unarmed, 17. Joshua, 24. John, 23. And on and on and on. Where's the reports? Where's the marching? Where is the so-called George Floyd died? And you so-called big camps, I never see y'all teaching this to our people. It's always about the so-called black man. You know what? The so-called Northern Kingdom is tired of that. In case y'all don't know, okay? We really are, because again, we're all over the world. This doesn't just happen in America. You guys keep pushing stories about America. And what about the Latin Americas? What about the rest of us? For God's sakes, there's 10 tribes compared to 3. Well, police killings of Latinos lack attention, says activists. Really? 40-year-old Antonio Valenzuela death didn't spark widespread protests like George Floyd's. I saw a big major school going and marching because apparently they wanted to show order and all that. But when did they go march for our brothers? Y'all need to keep it real, man. Y'all need to keep it real. And I'm not going to bite my tongue about these things. Northern Kingdom, so-called Latinos and Native Indians, y'all are my people. And I'm going to push the truth towards y'all. Watch this real quick. Officials can't answer why Andrade was fatally shot in the back. You guys can look this up. This is from the Latino protesters hold signs, support Black Lives Matter, blah, 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 right? 2020. Don't save. Here's another one. We're suffering the same abuse. Latinos hear their stories echoed in police brutality protests. Killing 23-year-old, injuring pregnant girlfriend. Watch this. Salgado was driving East Oakland, killing 23-year-old and injuring his pregnant girlfriend. Apparently, this patrol guy fired at him. Again, I'm not saying that these are all saints. We're not keeping the laws. Questionable circumstances. Watch this. Long time passed. We recognize all the Latinos killed in the hands of police. Watch this. This is the Texas Rangers. They abducted 15 Mexican men and boys, took them to a nearby hill overlooking the river, and shot them from 3 feet away, killing them all. While the origins of police in America vary, we know that the South, they had their roots in the slave patrol targeting African Americans. The Texas Rangers, created in 1820s, are often seen as American heroes, almost mythical in stature, but they were a racist, you guys are, repressive, you guys are, violent force that rained terror on Mexicans and Native people as they cleared the way for westward expansion. They burned peasant villages and slaughtered innocents. Didn't they do this when, well, you'll see it. They committed war crimes. The murderers of Mexicans and Mexican Americans made them as feared as on the border as the Ku Klux Klan in the Deep South. It says from 1915 to 1920, up to 5,000 Mexicans innocent of any crime, but the ones of being Mexicans were killed by Texas Rangers. Why aren't any of these camps teaching this? $885 people have been killed by police in LA County. More.
Hola, buenos días, Solomé. La tercera persona. A ver, déjame ver. Let me see. Okay, we're at 343.
Only 20-year-old injured. Here's another one. We're suffering the same abuse. Latinos hear their stories echoed in police brutality protests. Killing 20-year-old, injuring pregnant girlfriend. Watch this. Salgado was driving East Oakland, killing 20-year-old and injuring his pregnant girlfriend. Apparently, this patrol guy fired at him. Again, I'm not saying that these are all saints. We're not keeping the laws. Questionable circumstances. Watch this. Long time passed. We recognize all the Latinos killed in the hands of police. Watch this. This is the Texas Rangers. They abducted 15 Mexican men and boys, took them to a nearby hill overlooking the river, and shot them from 3 feet away, killing them all. While the origins of police in America vary, we know that the South, they had their roots in the slave patrol targeting African Americans. The Texas Rangers, created in 1820s, are often seen as American heroes.
Ay, Solomé, no sé cuál, hermano, no sé cuál, hermano. Ok, disculpa. Lo voy a regresar otra vez.
Almost mythical in stature, but they were a racist, you guys are, repressive, you guys are, violent force that rained terror on Mexicans and Native people as they cleared the way for westward expansion. They burned peasant villages and slaughtered innocents. Didn't they do this when, well, you'll see it. They committed war crimes. The murderers of Mexicans and Mexican Americans made them as feared as on the border as the Ku Klux Klan in the Deep South. It says from 1915 to 1920, up to 5,000 Mexicans innocent of any crime, but the ones of being Mexicans were killed by Texas Rangers. Why aren't any of these camps teaching this? $885 people have been killed by police in LA County. Most were black and Latinos. Since 2000, there have been nearly 900 killings by local police that were ruled homicide by county examiners. Nearly 80% were black or Latino, right? Look at this. Look at that. Per capita, I guess you could say, but we're dying at a lot of higher rate. You know why? Because look at this. Death percentage, Latinos. And that's others, right? But that other includes our natives too. And we all die in different ways, but Latinos are getting shot. So-called Hispanics and Native Indians. Look at this. Where the hell is our report? But see, I'm not mad at them, bro. Honestly, honestly, it is what it is. You know what I mean? But I'm mad at my people because y'all don't realize that this is actually happening, and you guys just, close your eyes and act like nothing went wrong. Look at the kerosene. Look at the spraying. Check out this website, okay? You got to know the story about the sister, man. Let me continue with the video.
He sends a telegram, a Western Union telegram, to Rupert Blue, who was the Surgeon General up in Washington, D.C. And basically, well, let me just read it. Hundreds dirty, lousy, destitute Mexicans arriving at El Paso daily will undoubtedly bring and spread typhus unless a quarantine is placed at once.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
The government didn't agree to a full quarantine because evidence suggested that typhus wasn't a major threat in the area. But instead, they funded a new disinfection plant at the border in 1916. In this facility, every immigrant considered a second-class citizen had to strip naked. Their clothes were sent to a large steam dryer, and then...
Hey, Solomé, ¿cómo se llama tu sobrino? Si no te molesta, nomás danos el nombre, el apellido de él. I'll send a late prayer for him.
then fumigated with...
Here, let's make that very clear. Not second-class citizen, okay? Not even close to that. You know what that is, basically? It's called you Mexicans. It's that simple. All right, let's go.
With toxic pesticides inside the gas room. An inspector would check each person's body, including private parts, for lice. If they found lice, immigrants would have to shave their head and body hair and bathe in a mix of kerosene and vinegar. Some even had their eyelids checked for things like pink eye, and many had to complete puzzles or simple IQ tests to prove that they were fit for entry. After this process, they'd receive a ticket as proof that they were disinfected, but they would need to go through this every 8 days in order to re-enter the U.S.
So many people...
Every 8 days in order to enter the U.S., but remember, the checking was every day. Every single day, this had to be done, right? And again, this is biblical. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 19. Watch what it reads. You so-called Hispanic and Native Indian, man. It's time you start paying attention to your book. This is not the so-called white man's book. This is our book. Cursed shall thou be when thou cometh in, and cursed shall thou be when thou goeth out. So when you're going in, crossing the border, you're cursed. Why? Because first of all, you're getting sprayed to be killed. And cursed shall thou be when thou goeth out, because then what? Now you're going home with that sickness. Not only that, cursed shalt thou be when thou cometh in, the moment you're born. And cursed shalt thou be when thou goeth out, and when you die. This is scriptural. This is our Bible, our book, our remembrance.
People didn't speak about it. They didn't talk about this humiliating process. Like they kind of internalized it. It's that psychology of shame.
The toxic baths and dehumanizing inspections at the border set the stage for a revolt led.
You see, this actually, matter of fact, I'm gonna pause because let me read this verse real quick. Verse 43. All right, I just want to make sure I touch on it. It reads, "The stranger that is within thee shall get above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. Are they not in power of our lands? Did they not come from Europe? Were we not here? The stranger that is within thee shall get above thee very high." Are they not passing laws that are basically practically destroying us? "And thou shalt come down very low." Are we not their mice?
Hey, fam, I got another one for you. Watch. Let's go to Leviticus. Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 25. "And I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant," meaning the issue of my agreement with you, okay? "It shall avenge it. And when ye are gathered together within your cities," or when you're trying to cross the border, "I will send the pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy as you walk through the border." You know what pestilence is? Pestilence relates to pesticides, fam. "A fatal epidemic disease, especially bubonic plague, pesticides, pollinators, pestilence. Pestilence, a contagious or infective epidemic disease. So how do you kill a disease, or how do you kill an insect that carries disease, or an animal that carries disease? With pesticide. The Most High said he was going to spray us with this. Yeah, I think the Bible ain't real, huh? Damn, wow, they shot him, huh, Salome? I just read that, buddy. Sorry about that. But look. "And now we'll send wild..." Oh, no, that's not it. I was thinking another scripture. "And I will bring a sword upon you." Look at that sword. All right? "I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant." What is quarrel of my covenant? What does quarrel mean? Quarrel. It means a brawl, a dispute. "That shall avenge my dispute of my covenant with you," meaning, like, didn't you agree to keep the laws of God? Okay. Diego, I see. "Didn't you agree to the laws of God? And when ye are gathered together within your cities," meaning in line, "I will send the pestilence among you," the spray, "and ye shall be delivered into the hands of the enemy after." Is that any different?
Are they not using us as scientific projects? Is that not ever possible? And as I mentioned before, all of this started with our sister Taurus. This was way before Rosa Parks, Carmelita Torres, sorry. It was way before Rosa Parks. Why weren't we taught this? I've been in the truth 4+ years. Not one time did I ever see in a class anything like this. Now, I'll tell you one thing. I did hear another one camp tell me, and kind of say it in a very, bad demeanor. Y'all better start, Northern Kingdom better start pushing the truth, and, you can't wait for so-called so-and-so to help you. Like, literally. Really, guys? Let me just keep on.
The order in the morning of this was
defied the order to bathe. Like the 17-year-old maid from Juarez who defied the order.
Let me give you a little history on her.
Order to bathe.
Carmelita Torres was, I've compared her to the Rosa Parks of the border. In the morning of January 28th, 1917, there's this electric trolley full of mostly women that are crossing every day. She convinces the majority, if not all, of the women in that trolley to just say no and to refuse. They start a spontaneous protest.
There are accounts that in addition to the humiliating delousing procedures, for women, there was also sexual humiliation.
There were rumors that, when they entered the plant and then they were told to strip, officers were taking their photos and then posting them in bars.
Remember, we also read that.
So I can't even imagine the kind of feeling, like the feelings of violation and the feelings of, outrage.
She was called an instigator, a ringleader, but she was just a young woman that was just sick of the injustice, of the humiliation that other women had gone through.
What started with just 200 protesters that morning slowly grew to a crowd of 2,000. Reporters said this rocks and insults. Protesters even laid down on the tracks in front of the trolley cars to create a blockade. They were joined by men in what's called the Bath Riots, and they shut down this border for 2 days.
And then,
let me skip a little bit, okay? Just so I can save time. Here.
The fumigation.
Sorry, there's gonna be ads, guys. Let me turn it down real quick. I hate ads, but I'm not gonna pay just to get around them. Anyhow, yeah, y'all need to really look up a little bit more history on her. Carmelita Torres, read about it. It's a very interesting story.
Alone, over 100,000 Mexicans were deloused at the border. That same year, an immigration law made border procedure.
100,000 were deloused at the border. Remember, Deuteronomy 28:19. It says, "Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, deloused at the border."
Even more rigid. Immigrants at all points of entry needed to have a passport, take a literacy test, and many would have to pay an $8 head tax.
Verse 20, the Lord shall send upon thee cursings, vexations, and rebuke. This is vexation. I'm telling you, every single day having to do this, having being checked and inspected, violated, somebody randomly, literally stripping your daughter naked so he could perversely look at her, take pictures and sell them to some pervert.
Hey fam, for some reason, dumb YouTube is giving me a warning, like warning, stream current. Oh no, when it says warning, you may be blocked or something. Dude, this YouTube, this is a recorded that you already verified. God, man, come on, this algorithm is dumb.
And probably jack off with. I mean, I'm telling you, the sickness. Y'all got to start realizing the stuff that these people have done to our people, and y'all want to be friends with them. Y'all want to go and have parties and do what they do, celebrate birthdays, Thanksgiving, New Year's, 4th of July, fake Christmas. These are not your friends.
And later that year, the U.S. Public Health Service laid down instructions for border agents about who should be kept out of the country.
Imbeciles, idiots, feeble-minded persons, physical defectives, persons afflicted with loathsome or dangerous contagious disease.
Didn't Trump say shithole countries? Doesn't Trump say, like, they use the derogatory terms? They make statement. No, we're going to see it. Watch.
The discriminatory policies at the border resembled horrific events elsewhere in the world. In fact, while researching this, David stumbled upon a detail. The fumigation of Mexican immigrants wasn't just reminiscent of Nazi Germany. It was directly linked to it.
It's not so.
You see this? You see? Let me repeat that for y'all in case you didn't hear.
Reminisce upon it. Discriminatory policies at the border resembled horrific events elsewhere in the world. In fact, while researching this, David stumbled upon a detail. The fumigation of Mexican immigrants wasn't just reminiscent of Nazi Germany. It was directly linked to it.
It's not.
You see what I'm saying? Now, this is funny. The other class I did, the transatlantic slave trade, the so-called white man, the Arabs, the other nations, right? The fake Jews, all of them, they had their part in enslaving us. We were the initial cattle of the transatlantic slave trade, but you'll never hear about Hispanics, so-called natives, right? Going through that. You only have a picture, an image of a so-called black man. That's it. And in this case too, this right here, you see the fumigation, right? The gas, here, let me hear that again. I apologize.
David stumbled upon a detail. The fumigation of Mexican immigrants wasn't just reminiscent of Nazi Germany. It was directly linked to it.
It was directly linked to it, meaning what? That we were the guinea pigs for the actual manifestation of the so-called Holocaust. Because the real Holocaust was here in America. When 1492 happened and all of y'all heathens came and enslaved us. That's the real Holocaust. And I'm going to read this right now because this is important. Let's not forget. Remember what we're dealing with. All right. Deuteronomy 28 and 50. It says, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, the young.
It's not so much that the United States was copying Nazi Germany. It's the opposite. Nazi Germany was copying the United States.
He found in the 1920s, the U.S. started using Zyklon B, an extremely poisonous acid gas, to fumigate clothing at the border. And in 1937, in a German pest science journal, a scientist called for the use of Zyklon B in Nazi disinfection chambers. He included two.
You so-called Hispanic and Native Indian, they did that to us first, once again. But you know what? Some of us are so simple that we forget or don't want to think about it or want to just move on and say, oh, it wasn't them. BS! He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword shall be killed with the sword. If you want salvation for your people and for yourself, you also have to have and wish and accept destruction for your enemy. Wisdom of Solomon, 18.
Two photos of El Paso's delousing chambers as an example of how effective Zyklon B had been at the U.S. border to kill unwanted pests.
You see this? The unwanted pest was you, so-called Hispanic and Native Indian, you Israelite. You were the unwanted pest, and they used us first in order for them to then propagate or propagandize the whole so-called Holocaust over there in Europe, which I'm not saying it was real or not real. I'm not arguing to that, but I am going to tell y'all this. Sorry to tell y'all. We are the real Jews of the Bible, okay? We're the real Israelites of the Bible. And the actual Holocaust does pertain to us because we went through it sincerely. All the curses apply to you so-called Hispanic and Native Indian. I've been proving it in every single class. This is just another one.
The same scientist pushed to use it to disinfect concentration camps. And eventually, it was used in concentrated doses to murder millions of people.
You see that? To murder millions of people, okay? To murder millions of people. Now, I want to just say one thing. Matter of fact, I had it here, okay? Watch this real quick. U.S. to pay out new reparations for Holocaust. The State Department on Wednesday that the additional reparation payments would be made to victims of the Holocaust as part of its claims program covering in part Jewish people who were deported from France during World War II. You see this, guys? They are getting reparations. Look at this. Payments date are approved claims 30 million. Wow. With an additional payment of 97% of their prior approved claim amount. Living survivors will receive a total of 400,000, basically each. Living surviving spouses will receive 100,000. The heirs of survivors and surviving spouses will receive portions of this amount. Do you realize that when our so-called Hispanic and Native Indians die, we don't even have a simple life policy to pay out just burial expenses? And the real Holocaust didn't happen to them. And then you're also talking about reparations for the so-called black man. Like, you know what? Y'all simple-minded so-called black people, you need to stop too. Okay? Let's just be real. The first enslaved people were the Native Indians and the so-called Hispanics or Latinos. The real lands belong to us. They were taken from us. Let's keep it real, guys. Let's just be simple. Like, let's not be simple. Quite frankly, we went through slavery, both of us. But some of y'all do, I guess, do want separation. I don't know. Let me continue.
Rightly so, say you can't compare what happened in Nazi Germany with other parts of the world.
That's BS.
And that's true.
Watch what he says.
People, rightly so, say you can't compare what happened in Nazi Germany with other parts of the world. And that's true.
That's not true. You can't compare it because it happened and it was worse for us.
In terms of
and no reparations and no acceptance and no apology, nothing. All I see is, oh, poor so-and-so, but not the Hispanic man. Like Psalms 83.
Hey, this is why the scriptures talk about oppression makes the wise man mad. Watch this. This is from the book called The Wretched at the Earth, okay? Watch what it reads about colonialism, okay? I recommend you guys, if you have a chance, obviously you got to stay in the scriptures, but if you have a chance, try to read this book every now and then. It's really good. It says here, but let us return to the atmosphere of violence. I'm sorry, by the way, it's The Wretched of the Earth by a gentleman named Fallon, okay? Here, I'll show you guys real quick. My mistake. Okay, here goes. The Wretched of the Earth by Franz Fanon, okay? Watch what he says regarding colonialism. The spirit of colonialism is exactly what it is. Look, I was actually being, and this was a video from back in August. The one before was back in June. Obviously, with more understanding, I know now regarding the actual balances of how to actually teach. Okay, either way though, man, I'm still out here for my brothers and sisters, you so-called Hispanics and Native Indians. We're the real Hebrews of the Bible. Okay, let me read this to y'all. But let us return to the atmosphere of violence. Okay, the atmosphere meaning the environment. So, like I grew up in the hood. Okay, so I grew up in a violent environment. Okay, that violence. Let me read it again. But let us return to the atmosphere of violence, that violence which is just under the skin, that violence that's under the skin, that one you don't see, that bitterness, okay? We have seen that in its process towards maturity, many leads are attached to it, to control it, to show it the way out. Yet in spite of the metamorphosis, meaning the growth or development or the process, which the colonial regimen or regime imposes upon it in the way of tribal or regional quarrels, meaning as an individual people, like how they separate us, right? That violence makes its way forward, but to who? And the native identifies his enemy and recognizes all his misfortunes, throwing all the exacerbated might in his hate and anger in this new channel. But how do we pass from the atmosphere of violence to violence in action? So what I'm saying is this: hate, colonialism came with that. So the channel, the actual anger of colonialism is not going to benefit us if we stay with the same spirit that I pretty much was with when I first came out of these camps. Now, I understand that it's important to teach our people what, who, and the enemy and what they've done. But at the same time, our work now is to build each other up, to make sure that we get rid of that underlying violence that we carry because of colonialism. Colonialism in itself is a beast. And that's another class, by the way. All right, let's continue. The hidden ones. We're still hidden.
That's why I'm trying to wake our people up. Well, the people that are out here teaching.
It was used on the border not to intentionally kill Mexican border crossings.
And that's not true. You know damn well that that's not true, okay?
The history of something like the Holocaust doesn't take place in a vacuum.
That is not true. Of First Ezra.
Yeah, Estudiante. Well, they were saying how, like, because you know how they went into Ukraine and they're like, well, if you guys remember, wasn't California, Texas, and so belong to so and so? Didn't that belong to certain people? It's like, yet you guys are here criticizing us. Yeah, something to that effect.
Let me go to it real quick. First,
I'm gonna step away for a bit. Let me see how much time we got. 10, 20, 30. Oh yeah. All right, we got a while. All right, cool.
Ezra's chapter 573. Give me a second. It reads, let's see. Okay, it reads, and by their secret plots and popular persuasions and commotions, they hindered the finishing of building all the time that the King Cyrus lived. But I want to focus on, and by their secret plots and popular persuasions and commotions. That's why this brother here thinks this.
Not to intentionally kill Mexican border with other parts. So say you can't compare what happened in Nazi Germany with
by secret plots and popular persuasions, because that's what the so-called Jews or Jewish, right? They really persuade everybody to feel sorry for them, but not our people.
Other parts of the world. And that's true. In terms of Cyclone B, it was used on the border not to intentionally kill Mexican border crossings. But the history of something like the Holocaust doesn't take place in a vacuum.
Now remember, all of this stuff that does matter, okay? Same book, page 85. Watch what it reads. Watch what it says. All right, it says, for the native, this violence represents the absolute line of action. So we have this in our spirit, which is why we treat each other like crap, okay? Which is why it was relating to the video before.
A few decades after the Bath riots, Mexico started sending men to work on U.S. farms and railroads as part of a new labor agreement called the Bracero Program. And through the program, the border disinfections continued.
Here in this facility, some migrants were sprayed with insecticides.
This time, it was a substance called DDT.
I remember this because I was born in Mexico, right? I remember we had this spray. And you know what's so funny? Honestly, man, all praise to the Most High. Before I even found this class or this video, right? I didn't know that DDT was used. I remember thinking of the name of the class. I'm like, I should name it like DDT something because of like the gas line bass. But I did not know that they were actually using DDT later on. Anyways, to remember, we used to have it was like a pump action type of deal. Like all the chemical was in like a little kind of like a pouch. This is made out of metal, and you pump it, and then, you spray it out. That's really what it was. And DDT is very popular. I don't know about now still, but it was very popular back then. I didn't realize that they actually sprayed it on our people. Literally, watch this. Oh wait, hold on. Let me look it up. Matter of fact, because I did look it up. I want to make sure that we understand what this is. Here it goes, right here. Hold on. This is how DDT affects people's health. Human health effects DDT at low environmental doses are unknown. Okay, hold on. How DDT affects people's health. Human health effects from DDT at low environmental doses are unknown. Following exposure to high doses, human symptoms can include vomiting, tremors, shakiness, and seizures. I'm sure this happened a lot to our brothers and sisters, okay? Watch what it says here. DDT, it says, is an insecticide used in agriculture. You're not supposed to spray this even on your, literally, you can't be around this thing. And they were spraying this in our people's faces. Eating food, eating meat, fish.
Look, it says here that the United States banned the use of DDT in 1972. Some countries outside of the United States still use DDT to control the mosquitoes that spread malaria. Again, in Mexico, it was very popular. I don't know if it still is.
Let's see. Watch this. In pregnant women, DDT and DDE exposure can occur in fetus. Both chemicals can be in breast milk, resulting in exposure to nursing infants. Remember, guys, eugenics is behind all of this, right? Eugenics. They're not trying to kill disease or lice or anybody. They're trying to kill our people to this very day. That's why you have that other one, right? The, whatever. That thing that they're talking about. And I'm not supposed to say, I guess, whatever that name is. How DDT affects people's health. Watch this. Following exposure to high doses, human symptoms can incur vomiting, blah, blah, blah. Laboratories, animal studies show DDT exposure can affect the liver and reproduction. Remember the book I showed you about sterilization in America? How they said, hey, the boy and girl, they're all basically the same. The only difference is they're sterile now. Eugenics is behind immigration laws. I'm going to say it. All right. Now, DDT has this thing called carcinogen. Carcinogen is any substance, radionuclide, or radiation that promotes carcinogenesis, the formation of cancer. Okay. DDT in Mexico. Well, you guys can read that on your own. Let me see. Hold on. All right. Let me continue.
Diphenyl trichloroethane.
A toxic pesticide which decades later would be banned for agricultural use by most developed countries.
Repeated contact must be avoided.
They were sprayed in the face. They were sprayed in their private parts. And, they were stripped naked and inspected. And sometimes they're inspected like you would inspect livestock.
First-hand accounts from immigrants in the program reveal how little they knew.
You see, she said we were inspected like we were livestock, right? Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 48. I'm going to tell you something. I have a dog, right? I have two of them. I just got a little one, a little one. I have a Siberian Husky, and then now I have a chocolate lab, right? And I'm training the puppy. And this puppy depends on everything from me, from going to pee, from going to poo, to eating, to drinking water, being in his cage. I'm training him. He is at my mercy. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 48. Therefore, thou shalt serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee. In hunger, because of hunger, our brothers and sisters were willing to get sprayed. In thirst, because of thirst, our brothers and sisters were willing to get sprayed. Because of lack of clothing. In nakedness, our brothers and sisters were willing to get sprayed. We're willing to be toxified with, like literally poison. And in want of all things, and because there was lack of money, agriculture, because the so-called white man started stealing the seeds. That's another class. And in want of all things, and he should put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he had destroyed thee. And that's why you so-called Hispanic and Native Indian, you think this is okay. You think this is normal because you still believe that eugenics is real. You believe that manifest destiny is real. You believe that they are superior than you because you're submissive to the so-called white Jesus that you have in your picture wall.
About the fumigations.
So they talk about how humiliating it was, about why do they think we're so dirty? They'll call it the white powder. I don't know if they necessarily were told we're spraying you with DDT, but they'll call it a polvo, the powder.
Miraculous white powder that is helping to win the war against disease.
Many of the employees who worked in the facilities weren't given many details either.
When I first started, my role was a clerk. I got the job mainly because I spoke Spanish. There was a hut in the area when they came in from the Mexican side that they would go in there, and they had some sort of, it was for lice, they said. It was, to disinfect for lice. And we never gave it much thought, but we did think, that's sort of like what the Nazis used to do, to the Jews.
Man, let me read this first, okay? Isaiah 59, verse 4. And our brothers and sisters, I'm sure they were fearful. They didn't want to lose their job. They had to work, right? This lady reminds me of my mother, actually. And I could see it, but at the same time, come on, man. Isaiah 59:4, none calleth for justice, nor any pleadeth for truth. Like you said, like our sisters are watching this going on, and it's like, I mean, it just sounds kind of weird. Like, it just looks weird. Isn't this what they did to the so-called Jews? You are the Jews. None calleth for justice, nor any pleadeth for truth. They trust in vanity and speak lies. Right? They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. So let me read it again. None calleth for justice, nor any pleadeth for truth. The so-called white man is not looking for justice or truth towards us. They trust in their vanity and speak lies and say, oh, well, we're trying to kill the lice and the syphilis, or what was it, typhus. But that's not true. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. Why? Iniquity of what? Bring forth iniquity, meaning sin. After you're so destroyed, you really count on the so-called white man to help you and change your life, when in reality you need God, the Most High, Yahweh.
I had heard during lunch breaks that they would spray them, and sometimes there were comments from the men themselves that they would put a hose to them. I don't know if they knew what they were doing to them. I certainly didn't know. It was far-fetched from the world we lived in.
And you see what she said, from the world we lived in. What world did you live in, sister? I mean, shoot, you're in oppression. You saw your brothers and sisters getting arrested at the border, being put through gasoline bath. Come on, man. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Sirach 12:10, and it reads, it says, never trust thine enemy, for like as in iron rusted, so is his wickedness. And see, like you said, well, you know, we didn't expect this. Why? Because you started trusting the so-called white man. Because it may have not been happening to you directly. Though he humbled himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped a looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust had not been altogether wiped away. And this is exactly what she said. Like, well, I mean, it was, let me repeat that.
I don't know if they knew what they were doing to them. I certainly.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if they knew. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Never trust thine enemy, right? But she did. And now it says here in verse 11, and thou shalt know that his rust had not been altogether wiped away. Because now she says this.
It was far-fetched from the world we lived in.
Now they show their color again, and she's like, oh my God, is it really them? But she's still gonna close her eyes and continue with her life. That's pretty much what our people do.
It wasn't until the 1960s, when the Bracero program ended, that health authorities acknowledged the chemicals were dangerous, and the baths and fumigations were finally discontinued.
Let me turn it down, guys. Finally discontinued. It wasn't discontinued. Supposedly it was.
You want history to be about progress, about everybody realizes how horrible it is, and then it stops. Unfortunately, you know, that's how it works in movies, but this was the border, right? And in the border, a lot of things never become resolved. They just keep on repeating themselves.
As you see, this brother made a really good point. I'm going to bring up this one and then the other one real quick. Ecclesiastes 1:9. Watch what it reads. It says, the things that have been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done, that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun. It's repeating itself over and over and over again. Why? Because the Most High wants us to come back to his laws, statutes, and commandments, and he's using this for us to show us.
And this
because sometimes
too, as
after
well.
an ass whooping, man, we need to start.
And this too as well. Watch. Let me go to Baruch 4:15. Watch what it reads. Okay. I don't know why there's an echo. I apologize, guys. My system is acting funny today. All right, Baruch 4:15. It reads. Give me a second. It says, "For he brought a nation upon them from far, a shameless nation of a strange language, who neither revered old man nor pitied the child." Right? These have carried away the dear beloved children of the widow, and left her that was alone, desolate without the daughter. But what can I help you? But what can I help you? For he that brought these plagues upon you will deliver you from the hands of your enemies. Go your way, O my children. Go your way, for I am left desolate. So guess what's going to happen, guys? Where is it at? Is it Baruch 14? Baruch 3:7? I think it's 3:7. Yeah, 3:7. It says, and for this cause, Baruch 3:7, and for this cause thou hast put thy fear in our hearts, to the intent that we should call upon thy name, meaning repent, 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 and praise thee in our captivity. Why? For we have called to mind all the iniquity or sins of our forefathers that have sinned before thee, which is why Ecclesiastes 1:9 says, what was written afore, the things which have been, it is that what shall be done. It is there no new thing under the sun. Sorry for chopping that up, but I did my best as I could. Let's continue.
Getting it together, right? Watch this real quick. Verse 46, Deuteronomy 28, verse 46, I believe. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. What? These curses. That's why this brother says it just keeps repeating itself. It doesn't change.
Decades after the disinfection campaign ended, the language, the strategy, and the dehumanizing politics of fear and exclusion still linger.
It's a health issue too, because we don't know.
You see this approach? Again, it's eugenics. These people, the so-called Republicans or Democrats, whatever y'all are so-called into, and you shouldn't even be voting in this world, but these people, every single time they speak, the so-called Esau guy, right, that guy, this is when they say this disease, they don't mean the lice, brothers and sisters. They mean the people.
Know what people have coming in here.
They're coming in with diseases such as smallpox and leprosy and TB that are going to affect our people in the United States.
It's just a fact. You're going to see disease outbreak.
See that? Wow, man. I can't. Anyhow, let me go to it real quick. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 37. I believe that's what I'm looking for. It reads, yep. And thou shalt become an astonishment. Remember what they were saying? Oh, these people are going to bring lice. A proverb, illegal immigrants, a byword with lice, these wetbags, spics, right? Among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee. Are we not being sent here on the borderline and even still with these inhumane conditions? Is this any different than the fumigation camps? We know of sisters that have been operated for sterilization. We know of some now, not hundreds of years ago. We know now. Nothing has changed until we pick up that book.
Apprehensions in the El Paso area specifically have spiked more than 600%.
They are essentially being warehoused, as many as 300 children in a cell.
Without adequate food, water, and sanitation.
The United States is running concentration camps on our southern border.
I don't like anything compared to the Holocaust, but why can't you?
You see the nerve of her. I don't like anything compared to Holocaust. Well, listen, you big dummy. The Holocaust, the original one, the one that's actually true, is the so-called American Holocaust. But you know what? Propaganda and money for filthy lucre.
Compare his practices to what led up to the Holocaust. Do we have to wait for the actual Holocaust before we speak out?
At the border.
I mean, seriously, the Jewish lady, right? She is keeping it real more than the other people. And they're supposedly our people. Supposedly our people. Because it's right. And you know what? For you brothers and sisters, like that sister, like, oh, well, I didn't know, the things were not like that when I was growing up. I don't know what she was thinking. Habakkuk. No, I'm sorry, not Habakkuk. Nahum, chapter 2, chapter 3, verse 4. Watch what it reads real quick. Because of the multitude of thy whoredoms of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of the witchcrafts that selleth nations through her whoredoms, and families through her witchcraft, right? Watch this. Behold, I am against thee, saith the Lord of hosts. I will discover thy skirts. No, that's not the worst I wanted. Hold on, give me a second. I'm going to get into that one. I ran into the long one. I apologize. I was in a thought process here. Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. Again, behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him. So these people were never, that's why it says, never trust thine enemy. They're not upright. Their spirit is not upright. Okay, now let's go to Nahum. Nahum 3 and verse 4. Okay, I'm gonna finish up real quick. Because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of witchcrafts, right, that selleth nations through her whoredoms, and families through her witchcraft. Did these not nations sell our people? And behold, I am against thee, say the Lord of hosts. I will discover thy skirts upon thy face, and I will show the nations thy nakedness, and the kingdoms thy shame. And this is what we're doing. Us brothers that are out here teaching, showing y'all who they really are, bringing the attention to so-called eugenics, that manifest destiny. All of those things need to be brought to our attention. The true history of the so-called white man. When you see what they say about us and you look at who they are in reality since the beginning, you start really thinking about what is going on. We stay quiet to the things that we're obviously seeing. We cannot do that anymore. I got another video real quick. I just want to show you. This is kind of funny. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to pull it up. And it's because, hold on. Let me see if I can get it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to try to fly through this real quick. Let me see the history. Hold on. Sorry, I shouldn't be doing that noise. I found a video, right? Because again, the Most High is starting to expose these people, starting to show us who they truly are, their actions, right? Hold on a second. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it this way. Oh, here it goes right here. Watch this real quick.
When I make decisions as a leader, it's about the next 7 generations. Prop 27 will help small.
Again, I don't like commercials, so let me turn it down. But here it goes. Watch this. Remember, the point here is about lifting up their skirts. They're going to expose them. We're going to expose you guys. The truth is coming out about who you really are. This is Biden's son. I guess this guy is like some, hold on, let's see if there's a song to it. I saw the song. Hold on a second. Let's see. Little laughter don't hurt. If it takes too long, I'm not going to look for it. I thought I had the video. Anyways, let me read that again. It says here, verse 5. Behold, I am against thee, say the Lord of hosts, and I will discover thy skirts upon thy face, and I will shew the nations thy nakedness, and the kingdoms thy shame. So the Most High is now starting to reveal who these people are according to the Bible and according to their spirit, and who the true Israelites are of the Bible, according to the Bible. Okay? So now let me go to Isaiah chapter 13, verse 1, because I'm about to finish it off, okay? Because after all of this, guess what, guys? Yes, they've done this to us. But watch this real quick. Isaiah 13 and 1. The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah, the son of Amos, did see. Lift ye up a banner upon the high mountains. Exalt the voice unto them. Shake the hand that they may go into the gates of the noble. Okay? Now, why am I saying this? Let me read it again. Lift ye up a banner upon the high mountain. That high mountain is this country. That high banner is the commandments, the Bible. Exalt the voice unto them. This me right now letting them know, letting our people know what? Ezekiel chapter 37 and verse 2. Okay? Watch this real quick. And hold on. Verse 10, my apologies. Give me a second real quick. It says, so I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army. So this is why we're out here. You so-called Hispanic and Native Indians, this is my wish, that you brothers and sisters start waking up, start keeping the commandments of God, and become an army for the Lord, because this is a spiritual war. Remember that, okay? Psalms 94 and verse 16. Watch this real quick. Psalms 94, verse 16. And it reads, who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? So I'm calling y'all Hispanics and Native Indians, you men out there. You got to start keeping the commandments of God and start actually like keeping the Sabbath. Start literally coming to your truth that you're an Israelite of the Bible. This is your book. This is our book. Okay? Because when the Most High sends our king, watch what's going to happen. Wisdom of Solomon 5:1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no accounts of his labor. If you so-called Hispanic and Native Indian, you brothers right there, right? You wake up, you start keeping the commandments, you start studying, you start teaching this to our brothers and sisters, you will be one of the righteous men standing with our king, right? When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, the other nations, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. Why? Because remember what we just saw, eugenics. They literally believe that we're filthy disease, filth and disease, right? That's what they believe in. Ezekiel 35 and verse, hold on a second. Ezekiel 35 and verse 5. It says here, because thou hast had a perpetual hatred and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword in the time of their calamity, in the time that their iniquity had ended, right? Therefore, as I live, say the Lord, I will prepare thee unto blood, and blood shall pursue thee. Sit thou hast not hated blood, even blood shall pursue thee. Now, why am I reading this? Because if we go back to Wisdom of Solomon, they're going to actually see an amazement. They're going to be like, oh my God. When they see it, they shall be troubled with fear. Why? Because of everything they've done. Because of everything they've done. Because of the perpetual hatred. Because of the blood that was shed. The children of Israel, right? It says here, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. And they repenting and groaning for anguish of the spirit shall say within themselves, this was he, you mean us, Hispanic, we, you mean so-called, the so-called Arab, the so-called Elamite, the so-called Asian, the so-called Chinese, Japanese, the so-called, I mean, every other nation except Israel, basically. This was he whom we had sometimes in derision and a proverb in reproach. We just went through all that. We fools counted his life madness and his end to be without honor. That's how they see our people. How is it he numbered among the children of God and his lot is his among the saints? So you brothers and sisters, those bones, start waking up. Start teaching our brothers and sisters. Start keeping the commandments of God. Okay? Because judgment is coming. It's right around the corner. We're at the 11th hour. Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 14. Don't forget, for God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. Lord willing, this was an edifying class. You brothers and sisters, shalom, most high Christ bless, man. Y'all take care of yourselves.
Hey, shalom, family. I'm almost done. I want to show y'all something real quick. Give me a second, okay? Let me see if somebody's still here. If not, yep, okay. Let me show you something. There is something called, and I've been saying that I was going to do this, so I want to do this, and this will be the last time. Okay, because it just came up. Here, I'll show you. Let's see where it's at. And it'll be the last time. I know that some people deal with so-called DNA, right? And I don't put any weight on it, to be honest. But this was a gift. And I went ahead and I said, well, why not, man? Let me try this out. Let me see what it tells me. I was kind of curious, to be honest. So I went to this place where this place was, I guess, recommended, and they gave me a gift card. And okay, cool. I did it. Fine. Here we go, guys. All right, this is CRI Genetics. I'm not recommending, well, I'm not promoting them. You guys can do what you want, okay? This is my slave name, all right? For some of y'all that may know me, I was with a camp. Anyhow, doesn't matter now. I don't have nothing to hide. Anyhow, let me show y'all something, okay? So it says here that the so-called DNA that I carry, the most recent one, is of so-called Mexican ancestry. All right. It's about 64%. This is the most recent. That's what it says. All right. So it says Mexican. Oh, you guys know where it's at. And then it says about 14% Peruvian, 8% Colombian, 6% pure indigenous. Okay. The European English is broken down, I guess, in some section over there. Somewhat significant. Now, when you look at the advanced analysis, that was most recent. Now, advanced analysis, what it's telling me is now it's going back into my so-called DNA, right? And it's going back further than to my most recent. So what it says here is that I'm 92% of the Americas, 77%, I'm sorry, Peruvian, 14% so-called Mexican, almost 1% Colombian, European, 1111, East Asian, 0000, South Asian, Sri Lanka, really not much significance, African, very slight amount, okay? These particular genotypes represent Ecuador, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Quechua, Inca, Mestizo, and Aymara. Aymara, I did a class on it, and we have some relatively close relationship to these people here. All right, but anyways, that's another school. All right, so now we got advanced timeline. So now it's going to give us dates. So now it's saying that my slave name, right, goes back to 1870, 4 generations back. So it's mixed, Peruvian and Mexican. Then all of a sudden, I don't know where that came from, Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian, then this side here. But then after that, it's just Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican. It goes all the way back, and then you see Peruvian, Mexican, all right? So it's just kind of like straight. After that, it's like Peruvian, Peruvian, Peruvian at one point. And 1500, 1600 AD, prior to that, it's just, I guess, Peruvian. So now, on my mom's side, this is what she is, all right? And I don't know much of this, but I was curious. I'd actually had this for almost a year. I didn't bother touching it until recently. I looked at it, and then I found something. So here goes. She is belongs to haplo B4, all right? So now, when I did the class on Arsarith, I said regarding Arsarith that we were subjoining somewhere around here. And if we went to the Euphrates River, then that means we migrated this way, guys, okay? Because Arsarith is up here. And then the region is called, this is a region of Arsarith. And when the floods were open, well, anyways, that's another class. But anyhow, let me continue, all right? So then watch this. L3, N, R, R8, R0. Considering that the 10 tribes were migrating in this section, right? Apparently my mom somehow, some way, that's where her lineage is on her maternal side, okay? Now, I'm like, all right, well, I know that we've been here. The Persian Empire ran from Iraq, Jerusalem, all the way through Asia, okay? But then I looked at my father. Now, you know, the scriptures bear witness with our spirit that we are the children of God, okay? But we do have some black-only Israelites that say, well, the DNA says that you guys are God knows what. You know, honestly, man, I don't care for DNA. I already know. I keep the laws, and I am renewing my mind because that's really it. It ain't about fringes. It ain't about a beard. Anybody can do that, honestly, guys, and stop eating pork. That's not difficult. It's the change in your mind that's difficult. That process of breaking that ground to make yourself a new man, a new creature, a new husband, a new father, a new friend, a new brother, somebody that's going to actually teach people, that's going to be sober-minded, prudent, patient, but also at the same time having to call you out because, hey, man, listen, you're going to burn in hell if you don't wake up. Okay, so now, here's where my father's from. So apparently we derived from the Y Adam, and it keeps going and going and going and going, right? So he's R1B. Apparently that's where I'm from, R1B. Okay? So R1B, and this is what it says. So I keep going that way. Then all of a sudden, it gets even interesting here. And then, boom. So apparently, I come from this region based on my DNA. And we know that the Assyrian captivity took place here. We also know that Abraham sojourned in Haran, around here. Okay? So if you look at this, then you're like, okay, well, that doesn't say much. Well, listen, This says Haplo R1b is thought to have originated in Southwest Asia. West heavy migration. Southwest Asia is Southwest Asia, somewhere around here, right? Because this is Asia. This used to be Asia back in the day. Now it says heavy migration brought forth evidence of ancestry, Euro-Asia, Africa. This haplo descendant are often associated with the Cadic language, okay? So now I went and looked at this. I'm like, Cadic language? All right, so then it's showing that I'm somewhere from that region. Fine, okay, I'll believe you. Cadic language, it says it's spoken in Nigeria, Niger, South Cade, Africa, Northern Cameroon. Is mentioning several things, right? But then one of the things that really stood out is the branch of this language is Arabic. It's Afro-Asiatic, okay? This Afro-Asiatic has a branch of several different languages, which one of them is Hebrew. With Semitic family, Akkadian, Hebrew, Phoenician, Canaanites. We know that the Canaanites were there before we got there, because obviously the Most High gave us that land eventually. And also Aramaic. So based on the white science, it looks like, my friends, I'm a Hebrew of the Hebrews, okay? So based on white science and based on the scriptures, I can actually testify that it seems like I'm getting some understanding. Lord willing, it's not but some wicked spirit. I don't think so, because the spirit bear witness. The laws are spiritual. We know that for a fact. And in order for us to be disciplined, we need the spiritual aspect of ourselves to understand that. So anyhow, let me finish up with this family. Listen, I love y'all, man. I appreciate y'all being here this late. I went 4 hours. Now, listen, I stuck around for the whole time because I know that there's people out there that need this food right now. There are people trying to commit suicide, trying to continue doing that drug, trying to continue getting drunk, trying to continue maybe fornicating, committing adultery, or even attempting to take advantage of a child. Listen, man. Our people suffer from a lot of issues, but one of the ones that we suffer the most is bitterness. And I know that bitterness can lead us to do stupidity. So I'm out here with y'all because I need you as much as anything else. All right. So,
hey, Turquoise Prince. Yeah, brother, that's this channel or our channel, and I mean us, not ours on my home or whatever, some team I got. I'm a one-man team, but our channel. That's what this is gonna grow into. But I need help. I can't do it on my own. And if you guys are up for it, man, I'm all down for it. I'm in San Diego, but I'm willing to travel. You know what I'm saying, for the sake of the word. So let me. And I was trying to catch this before this showed up. I mean, this is so old now. But anyways, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. So let me finish it off, and then I'm gonna get ready for the class later tonight. Again, the class later tonight has everything to do with this class, but it's just an update report, man. It doesn't change. All right, let's go.
so I hope y'all appreciate my class.
Oh, hey, hey, that number that you see there, Prince, hit me up. If you can actually text it, you text me your private number on that number, and then I'll hit you back. So we could maybe talk about it, man, because this has to go into the actual jail cells. I wish I would have. I never did like actual penitentiary prison time, but I was in the county and then the semi jail like furlough. So I know how difficult it is for some of our brothers that are barely transitioning out of jail, and they don't know any better, man. You know what I'm saying? And they want to change, but they run into these churches that are like soft, bro. And a lot of our brothers like, man, I don't want to be sitting here like this, and it doesn't really do much for their spirit. All right, let's finish it.
Hope it was edifying. I'm gonna leave y'all with some music. In case some of y'all don't know me, I listen to Spanish rap, but it's not like the typical one that you see. So let me play it, and y'all enjoy it, and then I'll shut it off. All right. Shalom, you family. I love you. You so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, man. You the family of this world. The Most High is calling upon you to guess what? To make sure that you wake up, because there's so much. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you that scripture, man. Let me see if I can find it. 2 Corinthians. Which one is it? 2 Corinthians. Oh God, let me try to remember. Hold on. Let me try to. I'm gonna be a Google prophet right now. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Don't. Just bear with me. I'm gonna do a little Google. I haven't seen it in a bit. Hold on, man. Come on, this demon. Okay. Let's see.
And I got a different song to play for y'all too. It's 1 Corinthians, I believe, 2:9.
Okay, I found it. All praises. All right, let's go to it's in the New Testament. Let's see, and since it's in Corinthians, I know that for a fact. Let's see. Give me a second. Hold on. 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 9. I was close. All praises. Okay, watch this, guys. Watch what it says, and be mindful. It says, all right. Where are you? I just had you right now. Okay, 1 Corinthians 2:9. It says, 1 Corinthians 2:9. All right, here we go. But as it is written, eyes had not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God had prepared for them that love him. And what is love? Very simple, brothers and sisters. John 14:15. If ye love me, keep my commandments. They're not grievous, brethren. Stay strong. Stay in the fight. I'll be doing another class pretty soon, all right? Shalom, brothers.
Rejoice, rejoice, good tidings I bring you. Yeah, yeah, a message to you, my friend. Voices cry, invoke your angels. When flesh shall drop, it cannot conquer dread, no. So go away, your blues and feelings. Spirit said, take the world off your shoulder. One foot in the grave, foolish step to take. Who sow in tears shall reap in joy. Wise man's doctrine, assure you saved them. No more stumbling block, backstabbers get down. The righteous reveal secret of the scripture. The wicked have portion vanity, disciples of Lucifer. In your hands lie your destination. The book of true life you overtook. Mystical powers to you unfold. Seek ye the help that has never been told. Behind the Satan. Behind the Satan. Chant a psalm I want to chant. A psalm I got to chant. A psalm I want to chant. A psalm chant 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 a psalm. Reaching a vision, yeah. Come on, go walk his down easy street. Attract these angels in dreams and your prayers. Remember the trilogy, remember the visions of Daniel, remember the magic of Moses' soul. So dash away your blues and feelings. Spirit say, take the world off your shoulders. One foot in the grave, my friend. Foolish step to take. One stretch I drop, it cannot conquer dread, no. One the whole of the chant. Solomon he did chant. Father King David chant.